Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things or products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act, number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya. On this 15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the Technical University is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. they help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world.
The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. And in January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic, with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded.
returning to work.
As a project manager,
by the powers bestowed upon me by the provisions of the Universities Act 2012 and the subsequent amendments thereto of 2014 and 2016, the Charter of the Technical University of Kenya 2013, and the University Statutes 2013, and Statute number 15 and Statute number 41, I declare this a congregation of the Technical University of Kenya. It is my pleasure and great honor to welcome you, together with other distinguished guests present here, parents, guardians, and the 2021 graduates watching us remotely from the comfort of their homes, to the 9th virtual graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, allow me to introduce to you this year's valedictorian, the student with best overall academic performance in the university. But before I do so, allow me to make some few remarks about this year's valedictorian. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, this year's valedictorian is Mr. Douglas Kariuki Mundia. Mr. Douglas Kariuki Mundia was born in Nairobi on 19th May 1998. Douglas attended Elijah Kagiri Primary School, where he scored 344 points out of a possible 500 marks in the 2011 KCPE examinations. In the year 2011, Douglas was admitted to Chania Boys High School, from where he sat his KCSE examinations and scored a grade B+ of 72 points. Douglas was later admitted to this great institution, the Technical University of Kenya, to study Bachelor of Technology in Applied Chemistry, Industrial Chemistry option. Douglas has emerged as the best overall degree graduate in the class of 2021 by obtaining a first-class honors degree with an average mark of 80.2%. Please join me in welcoming Douglas to deliver his valedictorian speech. Karibu sana, Bwana Douglas Mundia.
The past 4 years have certainly been tough, but now we are here to celebrate our academic achievements and the journey we have embarked on towards our future destinations. Indeed, with self-discipline and dedication, we can accomplish anything that is set in your mind. Fellow graduates, we have grown together, not only academically, but also in character and wisdom, forging new relations, forging new friendships, and rekindling others we fear can disappear forever. We have spent countless hours studying for our tests, encouraging each other on intense workshop, and making memories. Today marks the end of one extraordinary chapter of our lives and the beginning of another. Going forward, we know there will be obstacles to overcome. Fortunately, we have each other and the tools to forward ahead. We may stumble and even fall, but we will always pick ourselves back up. And if we ever see someone struggling, let us be kind and help them get back on their feet. Fellow graduates, we have different backgrounds and opportunity to gain, but we are living as proud students with a common goal to be successful. When we live here today, be proud of what you have accomplished and celebrate your academic victory. Congratulations, class of 2021, you have done it.
Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, Catherine Maina graduated from the Technical University of Kenya with a degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering in the year 2014. Upon graduating from the Technical University of Kenya, Catherine secured an internship at Safaricom PLC at the Network Operations Center, after which she proceeded to become an enterprise technical support intern. She then joined the Safaricom Graduate Management Trainee Program, an opportunity that catapulted her to be employed as a fixed access engineer, a position that she held for a period of 3 years. In 2018, Catherine assumed a new role, Access Transmission Planning Engineer, a position she holds to date. While employed at Safaricom PLC, Catherine has achieved many feats, which include, she's been awarded 4 company awards, such as the prestigious Safaricom ECO Awards, and additionally in Sport Awards. She is in charge of providing network access through Universal Service Fund, USF, to remote areas in the North Rift region. Last year, she was part of a team that was involved in a project to take fiber to the Kenya's northern frontier. She has worked on automating fiber planning, design system, and digitized existing network infrastructure. She has contributed towards automating the process of generating fiber quotes and reports. She serves as a Tech Sauti champion, representing the Network Planning and Design Department, where they plan yearly activities and awards of Technology Division at Safaricom. Catherine was involved in the Safaricom 47-in-1, a program involved with transforming students' lives through the 47 counties by equipping schools with computer laboratories. Catherine also works with young and aspiring engineers under various mentorship programs, such as Women in Technology, intended to make them better engineers and prepare them on how to face challenges they could encounter in the real world.
I wish to tender my warm congratulations to all graduates for this great milestone. It is in this great institution that I acquired the education, culture, and experiences that placed the cornerstone of a solid and firm foundation in my life. During my studies here, courses such as transmission lines and waveguides, mobile computing, and digital transmission paved a clear path for my passion in the telecommunications industry. Furthermore, I hold very fond memories of being the first runners-up during the 2011 Miss TUK annual beauty pageant, and also first runners-up during the Technovation Challenge 2014 by innovating an alcohol content calculator. Additionally, during the Tech Avenue exhibition in 2013, I exhibited an alcohol detection system that would later assist revolutionize safety on Kenyan roads through AlcoBlue. It is through such experiences here at TUK that I gain skills and experience in balancing academic rigor and extracurricular activities. As much as academic certificates are a major milestone in one's career, employers take seriously the skills and willingness to learn and work with others. Always remember, learning never stops. Be open-minded and willing to learn from even a volunteer or internship position if the opportunity arises in any organization. As a woman in technology, I must mention that I have not had any major challenges at the workplace. Contrary to some of the society opinions and beliefs that female graduates struggle in male-dominated careers, you can be anything you want to be if you put in the work, work smart, be resilient, disciplined, focused, and perfect your skills. Think entrepreneurship, with or without a job. That's where financial freedom is. I run a part-time online coffee shop. I urge graduates to transform their passions into business, as you might be very surprised. Create strong networking channels, as your network is your net worth. Many people who succeed in their careers and businesses attribute their success to strong networking channels that they have created over time. I got my first internship opportunity through a network I created in my final year here at the Technical University of Kenya, one that has since created endless opportunities. As an alumnus of this institution, I feel a great sense of pride and achievement and would like to urge all the graduates to register as members of the Technical University Alumni Association, TUCA. The association provides a platform for alumni to give back and support its initiatives. You can join the association by registering through the alumni portal on the university website.
The Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education, today represented here by CAS Honorable Mumina Bonaya, the Principal Secretary, who should have been with us in absentia, the Chair of Council and Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Halima Zado, members of Council, distinguished academic staff of the university, staff of the university, graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to welcome all of you to the presence of the Technical University of Kenya as we celebrate the 9th graduation ceremony. We appreciate that you have found time out of your busy schedule to join the university community today in making this milestone occasion within the campus. As was the case with last year's event, we are celebrating this ceremony under strict adherence to the prevailing COVID-19 protocols. On behalf of the Senate and the University Management Board, I convey our sincere congratulations to you, together with your parents, guardians, and sponsors, as the case may be. You have demonstrated a rare character of resilience and hard work, which is consistent with innate discipline. Indeed, the general student population has continued to exercise maturity and dialogue in handling the challenges that have come about with the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with the prevailing COVID-19 containment efforts, the university has embraced blended learning, where a majority of the training is done online. The students come to campus only where it is absolutely necessary. This has ensured that the academic calendar continues uninterrupted. The university has also witnessed improved efficiency in syllabi delivery and assessment. The university increased its investment in ICT infrastructure to support this endeavor. We are happy to note that both the lecturers and students have adapted well and fully into the new mode of learning. Cabinet Secretary, Madam Pro-Chancellor, and distinguished guests, the Technical University of Kenya has taken deliberate steps to enhance its collaborative networks over the years. These efforts have greatly improved our research output and community engagements. In this regard, our standing on the global academic stage has greatly improved. In the recent and latest Webometric rankings, the university moved to position 7 nationally. It was also ranked position 140 in Africa. This global evaluation demonstrates that the university has come of age and is competing favorably amongst its peers. As you leave the gates of the Technical University of Kenya, you will be an alumnus or an alumna of this university. And corresponding to that, this university will be your alma mater. In literal translation, alma mater means nourishing mother. It does not matter how your mother looks like. They will always be your mother. And it is your responsibility to promote and uplift the name of your mother wherever you go. That is what the Technical University of Kenya will be to yourself.
I am delighted to join you on this auspicious occasion of the 9th graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. When COVID-19 was declared in Kenya, uncertainty across the learning sector was almost palpable. There is this saying about necessity being the mother of invention. Schools that could afford, as well as universities, quickly figured out how to continue operating and adopted virtual learning. Although it was expensive to many, out of necessity, families bought computers and connected them to internet to make it possible for virtual learning. I'm pleased to note that Technical University of Kenya system of learning, where most of the learning is offered in virtual mode with practical section as the ones offered in person. The only challenge for institutions of higher learning is how to make virtual learning more efficient and sustainable. I challenge the institutions to continue engaging with the Commission for University Education to ensure standards are not compromised. There's a need to allocate more resources to improve the efficiency virtual learning by way of bandwidth and acquisition of more electronic learning resources. If there is a time high-impact research output in universities was required, it is now. During a pandemic of global proportions such as COVID-19, we should start recording research breakthroughs by our universities. I am also directing universities to start preparing themselves for the competency-based curriculum so that they are able to handle learners who will be joining university in a few years. As I conclude my remarks, I wish to appeal to the graduates to be open-minded as they step into the world. This means that before you get your dream job, grab any opportunity that may come your way. Volunteer and engage in community service. Don't always expect to be paid. The skills and experience you gain from being positive-minded and engaged are priceless.
The Cabinet Secretary of Education, Professor.
My name is Professor Alfred Orina Isaac. I'm the acting Executive Dean, Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. Just to get started, on behalf of the faculty and the university, I welcome all students who have been admitted into various courses in the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. The Faculty of Applied Science and Technology is one of the three faculties in the university. The other two are the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment, and the other faculty is Faculty of Social Science and Technology. So the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology is composed of 6 schools and 2 centers. I'll just read them for you so that you know where you belong. We have School of Computing and Information Technologies. We have School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science. We have School of Physics and Hard Sciences. We have School of Biological and Life Sciences. We have School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. We have a School of Chemistry and Material Science. And the two centers that are within the faculty are as follows: Center for Integrated Water Resources Management and the Center for Earth System and Space Sciences. I'll make a few remarks to give you a background about our faculty. As a faculty of Applied Science and Technology, we offer quality education, and we know that education is more than a job. It's very important for career progression, and that education is also a self-improvement tool that we believe once we offer it to you as an education, it will improve you as a person intellectually and morally and socially and economically, and will turn you into a holistic person who can be able to fit well in a world full of diversities. When we enrolled you to join the Technical University of Kenya, we ardently believe that you have the talent within you, you have the drive, and you have the experience to succeed as a student at the Technical University of Kenya. Just to give you one of the statements or famous speeches by Martin Luther King Jr., he once said that the future belongs to those who are educated and prepared to meet the challenges and opportunities of tomorrow. The education that we shall offer you at the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology shall equip you with the skills and confidence to deal with challenges of tomorrow, and that will enable you to majestically embrace opportunities and move forward as a meaningful member of the society. We offer both undergraduate and postgraduate courses at the various schools as I read them through for you. We also work jointly with other faculties, namely Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment and Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology in the training of innovative scientists taking courses in the basic sciences, for example, physics, chemistry, and biology, mathematical sciences, health sciences, and computing sciences. Currently, the faculty has 20 distinguished professors who have made their mark in their respective areas of specialization through research, supervision of students, teaching, and consultancy in various sectors. The faculty is well endowed with state-of-the-art laboratory equipment, which will cement your foundation as a researcher in the field of science. We are making great strides to acquire modern scientific literature in terms of books and library and e-learning material that will give you an edge in your studies. Our approach to teaching and learning is student-centered, and that there's adequate accessibility to lecturers, chairs of departments, or academic team leaders, directors of schools, and the executive dean by the students in terms of teaching, training, and mentorship of the students that join the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology. For your own information, there are various regulations within the university that you'll have to adhere with. If you are involved in examination malpractice, the consequences are usually very severe. You need to attend class. You have to maintain at least minimum of 75% attendance of your classes for you to be able to do your examinations. And you are expected to join various associations and clubs that are appropriate for the course that you're pursuing. So I think with those few remarks, I'll also say one or two things that, based on my own experience, that might be useful to you. As a student, when you come to the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, none of the courses within this faculty is easy. When you come here, you have to work very hard. And you know that in life, nothing good comes without putting a lot of effort and working very, very hard. So if you don't put in a lot of effort and seriousness to your studies, you'll not be able to succeed. One of the things that I can guarantee you is that within the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, we have quality programs. We have very highly qualified members of staff who have been trained in various countries across the globe from very distinguished universities. So you'll have a chance to interact with the extremely qualified individuals who will shape you, and so that you can come out as a meaningful member of the society, so that you can make your contribution either in work or in research. With those few remarks, I want to give you a highlight on how we are going to proceed from now. The next presenter will be the director of the School of Chemistry, and then that will be followed by the director of the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. That will be followed by the director of the School of Computing and Information Technologies. After that, there will be the director of the School of Biological and Life Sciences. That will be followed by the director, School of Physics and Art Sciences, followed by the director, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Sciences. So this is the order in which we are going to do our presentations as the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. So next, the director, School of Chemistry and Material Sciences. Thank you very much.
Professor George Magoha, in absentia. The Principal Secretary of State Department for University Education and Research, Ambassador Simon Nabukwesi, in absentia. The Chief Administrative Secretary, State Department of Basic Education, University Education and Research, Ms. Mumina Bonaya, representing the CS and also on her behalf. Members of the University Council, the Vice-Chancellor, Professor Francis Adwal, members of staff, graduates, distinguished guests, parents, guardians, ladies and gentlemen. On behalf of the University Council, I wish to welcome you all to this 9th graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. For the second year running, we are holding a virtual graduation ceremony due to COVID-19. It is a new normal that we have all embraced and has worked wonderfully. I wish to congratulate the graduates for having worked so hard and made it possible for this ceremony to happen. I am glad to hear from the Vice-Chancellor that the teaching challenges the faculty and students encountered when the virtual learning was implemented has now largely been overcome. Today's ceremony is a testimony the resilience that has ensured business continuity amidst the COVID-19 pandemic. Recently, the Technical University of Kenya was awarded a certificate by our partner, the Directorate of National Cohesion and Values in the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government in recognition of its exemplary performance in spearheading the promotion of national cohesion, national values, and principles of governance at the university. The Technical University of Kenya continues to play a major role in ensuring conformity to national cohesion and integration, as well as national values. To this extent, on behalf of the Council, I wish to congratulate the University Management Board for spearheading this exercise, ensuring national values are treated with utmost care and implemented to the letter. I am sure the graduates have been prepared well by the Technical University of Kenya to be resilient in life by always exercising fortitude as a way of life. I wish you the very best in life. Thank you, and may God bless you all, and may God bless the Technical University of Kenya.
I now call upon the executive deans of faculties to present their candidates for the awards of certificates and diplomas and the conferment of degrees of the Technical University of Kenya in the following order. First is Dean, Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. This will be followed by the Dean, Faculty of Engineering and the Built Environment. And thirdly, we'll have the Dean, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. Karibu.
Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, in the 2020-2021 academic year, the foreign one candidate, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate for the foreign award of the Technical University of Kenya. Doctor of Philosophy, Biochemistry, Gikonyo Joshua Dungu. This is titled, The Impact of Rotavirus Vaccine in Children, a case control study in Nairobi City County, Kenya.
The 2020-2021 academic year, the following two candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate for the following awards of the Technical University of Kenya. Doctor of Philosophy in Hospitality Management, Shepkurui Stella Barsulai. This is titled, Organization Citizenship, Behavior as a Mediator Between Work-Family Conflict and Employer Productivity in Star-Rated Hotels in Kenya.
I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and do all that appertains to the degree. Congratulations.
The second candidate, Doctor of Philosophy in Textile Technology, Oduor Edson Omolo. This is titled, A Study of Airy Silk in Kenya, State Characterization and Degamming Optimization.
I admit you to the degree of Doctor of Philosophy, and by my authority and that of the entire university, give power to read and do all that appertains to the degree. Congratulations.
Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, I now call upon the directors of schools in the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology to present their candidates for the award of certificate and diplomas and the conferment of degrees in the following order. School of Biological and Life Sciences, School of Chemistry and Material Science, School of Computing and Information Technologies, School of Health and Biomedical Sciences, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Sciences, and School of Physics and Earth Science.
The following 113 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate for the following awards of the Technical University of Kenya. Certificate in Technology, Science Laboratory Technology, Credit Lower Division, Cheruyot. Please be seated. Diploma in Technology, Food Science and Technology, Kimani, Kibiku. Credit Lower Division, Wanja, Gishohi.
In the 2020-2021 academic year, the following 23 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate for the following awards of the Technical University of Kenya. Diploma in Technology in Applied Chemistry, Analytical Chemistry. Credit Lower Division, Mugereki. Please be seated. Bachelor of Technology in Applied Chemistry, Industrial Chemistry option, first class honors, Mulei Lorraine Mudeu, Mundia Douglas Kariuki, Washira Stephen Kibuthi, Musau Mwanzia.
The following 43 candidates, whom I have the honor to present to you, satisfied the Board of Examiners and the Senate for the following awards of the Technical University of Kenya. Diploma in Technology in Computer Technology.
My name is Dr. Claire Muhanji, and I'm the Acting Director in the School of Chemistry and Material Science. The School of Chemistry and Material Science is located in the N block, second floor N block. And N block is located in the entrance. As soon as you enter the university, on your right, you find the N block. The school houses 4 departments: the Department of Industrial and Applied Chemistry, the Department of Pharmaceutical and Medicinal Chemistry, the Department of Material Science and Technology, and the Department of Geochemistry and Material Science. The school runs 2 undergraduate degree programs, 2 diploma, 2 masters, and a PhD program. The undergraduate programs are Bachelor of Technology in Industrial Chemistry, Bachelor of Technology in Medicinal Chemistry. The diploma programs are Diploma in Technology in Analytical Chemistry and Diploma in Technology in Industrial Chemistry. The master's program are the Masters of Technology in Petroleum Chemistry and Master of Science in Computational Chemistry. And then the school also runs a PhD in Chemistry program. The number of students that are currently in the school are 250 undergraduate students. We have 60 diploma students, 9 PhD students, and 3 MSc students. The school has got highly qualified staff. We've got 33 members of staff. Out of the 33 members of staff, 25 are teaching staff. And of the 25 teaching staff, 14 have got PhDs. We've got 4 professors, 3 senior lecturers, and 7 lecturers. We also have got 6 technical staff and 2 support staff. The member of staff in the school are as follows. The school is headed by Dr. Geoffrey Otieno, who is a senior lecturer in the school and is the director of school. We have got Professor Florence Olo, Professor Paul Shiundu, Professor Joseph Lala, and Professor Austin Alwoch. Those are the 4 professors in the school. Then we've got senior lecturers, Dr. Peter Ndangili, Dr. Claire Muhanji, Dr. Joab Onyango. We have Dr. Joab Onyango, Dr. Ruth Omole, Dr. Patrick Shem, Dr. Lucy Ombaka, Dr. Holiness Nose, Dr. John Bugwa, Dr. James Owor are lecturers in the department, in the school. Then we have got Mr. Mwanza Kimei, Mr. Hilary Oluku, Mr. Fred Sawenja, Ms. Catherine Wambugu, Ms. Lucy Gadhi, Mr. Charles Masese, Mr. Simon Adede, Mrs. Pesila Odera, Mr. Clement Miruka, Ms. Pauline Bogwa, Mr. Renson Majiode, and those form the teaching staff in the school.
We also have got technical staff. The 6 technical staff are Mr. Samson Gurema, Mr. George Okonji, Ms. Helen Bochere, Mr. Alan Wicks, Mr. Daniel Ouma, and Mr. Thomas Kivunzia. We have got a wide variety of facilities in the school. I'll begin by showing you where the school is located. As mentioned earlier, the school is located in N block, 2nd floor, and the office of the director is in room N221. When you get into N block at the corner, you'll find room N221. It's clearly marked Director, School of Chemistry and Material Science. We have got teaching labs that are in the school because the programs require lab work. This is lab N219. It is used to conduct organic experiments and inorganic experiments. It also has got a fume cupboard to ensure that the air in the lab is conducive after the experiments are conducted. We also have got lab 223 that is used to conduct physical chemistry experiments and any experiments that does not require evacuation of toxic fumes. In the School of Chemistry, we are endowed with quite a number of equipment for us to be able to conduct our practicals and research work. We have got UHCl, a liquid chromatograph system. We have got a HPLC system that we can use to perform our experiments. We have got a GCMS in the school. We have got 2 atomic absorption spectrophotometers, one that has got an autosampler and the other one that does not have an autosampler. We also have got FTIR machine with the Nugel pressing machine that we use to prepare our discs and analyze our samples. We have got small equipment like centrifuges, hot plates, analytical weighing balances. We've got UVV spectrophotometers. And we have got an ICP MS machine. Besides that, we also have got an oven that we can use to dry our samples, water baths, and a low temperature freezer, muffle furnaces, and equipment that we can use in the field, like conductivity meters and pH meters. If we need to perform any studies in the field, these are portable equipment that we can carry to the field and do our tests and analysis. We also have a turbidimeter and a colorimeter. As you can see, we have got quite a number of equipment. We have a sonicator, we have a polarimeter, a deionizer, a water distiller, and a rotary evaporator. Then we have a chemical store where we store our reagents and our chemicals in the store that is located next to the labs. And because in the store we do have reagents that can pose security issues, we also have a chemical security system that has been installed in our labs, where the access into our labs is via biometric access. We have got CCTVs that have been installed in the labs, and we can be able to monitor activities that are taking place in the labs and on the corridors around the school. We have a small library in the school that has chemistry textbook. You're free to borrow these textbooks and use them. And at the same time, you can use them in the lab. Once you borrow them, you can use them and return them. And these textbooks are also available to all the students. The School of Chemistry also runs a production unit. All our products are KEBS certified products. The products that we do prepare in the school include 2 clean general purpose detergent. We have 2 clean hand wash, BioClean hand sanitizer, and BioClean disinfectant. The 2 clean hand sanitizers are packaged in both big containers and small portable containers, or containers that you can be able to put in your bags. and you're free to buy these products once you come on campus. We have the disinfectant. The disinfectant is blue in color, and the one in pink is the hand wash, to clean hand wash. So this is the packaging area in the production unit. We have got alumni who are working in different industries. We train industrial chemistry students, and therefore these students get jobs in the industries. Some of them are in the regulatory and academia. We have quite a number of our students who are in the pharmaceutical industry, the paint industry, petrochemicals, sugar, and cement. Besides the industries, we also have some of our students in parastatals such as KEBS, KRA, KEMRI, KARI, KEFIS, and NEMA. Some of our alumni have proceeded to study abroad, and I will take you through some of our students and where they are. The first one is James Wainaina Ndungu. He is our graduate of the 2015 class. He proceeded to go to Yale University in 2020, and he graduated with a Master of Environmental Management. Our next alumni is Alex Kipchirchir Kirui. He is a PhD candidate at Louisiana State University. He is our graduate of the 2015 class, and he is currently pursuing his PhD studies. The next one is Mrs. Francis Kiranka. He is a graduate in the 2016 class. He's currently pursuing his PhD at the University of Connecticut in the US. And the last one is Kenneth Omolo, who is a graduate of the class of 2015 and currently pursuing his PhD at the University of Hawaii at Manoa. So that is all about the School of Chemistry. What I would want to encourage you is that once you come to the School of Chemistry, we welcome you. You have seen that we have got highly qualified staff. We will take you through this journey that you're beginning, and our work is to ensure that at the end of this journey, you're going to graduate, and you're going to, we are going to be proud of you once you graduate with a degree from the Technical University of Kenya. Thank you. The first question is, when will the timetable be available? The timetable will be available, should be available by the end of this week. We are completing course allocation, and once we are through with course allocation, we shall avail the timetable. It will be available by this end of this week. The second question, the student says, I had requested for interfaculty transfer. When will I get a response on this? I would want to take this question to the dean. I had requested for interfaculty transfer. When will I get a response on this? So once they are processed, you will get the feedback on interfaculty transfer.
The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. And in January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic. with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded.
By the powers bestowed upon me by the provisions of the Universities Act 2012 and the subsequent amendments thereto of 2014 and 2016, the Charter of the Technical University of Kenya 2013, and the University Statutes 2013, and Statute number 15 and Statute number 41, I declare this a congregation of the Technical University of Kenya.
It is my pleasure and great honor to welcome you, together with other distinguished guests present here, parents, guardians, and the 2021 graduates watching us remotely from the comfort of their homes, to the 9th virtual graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, allow me to introduce to you this year's valedictorian, the student with best overall academic performance in the university. But before I do so, allow me to make some few remarks about this year's valedictorian. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, this year's valedictorian is Mr. Douglas Kariuki.
My name is Professor Alfred Orina Isaac. I'm the director of the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. Just to bring you up to speed with the organization within the school, we have 4 departments. I'll go through them one by one. First, Department of Biomedical Science and Technology, that is headed by Dr. Naomi Waiganjo. We have the Department of Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, that is headed by Professor Alfred Orina Isaac, that's myself. We have the Department of Human Nutrition and Dietetics, that is headed by Dr. Judith Waswa. We have the Department of Health Systems, Management and Public Health, that is headed by Dr. Francis Oguya. The school also has 2 professors. The first one is Professor Fiona Mbai, and the second one is Professor Alfred Orina Isaac, that's myself. In addition to those 2 professors, the school also has various individuals with various qualifications. We have a number of academic staff with doctorate degrees, PhDs from various parts of the world. We have those who have master's degrees. We also have technical staff at various ranks in the various laboratories within the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences. So I'll talk about briefly the various courses that I offered in those departments. The Department of Biomedical Science and Technology offers clinical medical laboratory courses, basically trains individuals who work in hospitals in disease diagnosis or diagnostics, and we train at various levels. We have programs at diploma level, we have programs at the degree level, we have programs at master's level, and also up to PhD in that department. The second department, Pharmaceutical Science and Technology, also trains technologists who are accredited by the Pharmacy and Poisons Board, and these individuals also work in various hospitals or clinical environment to offer pharmaceutical services to patients. The other department, Human Nutrition and Dietetics, also has various programs within that department. And this is also a department that offers clinical nutrition course for graduates who work alongside nurses, doctors, and medical lab professionals in providing clinical services to patients in hospitals. So this is not food science, this is actually clinical nutrition. They are qualified to work alongside medical professionals. So they also have courses at various levels. They have courses at diploma, they have courses at degree level, at master's and PhD. The other department, Health Systems, Management and Public Health, is that I said is headed by Dr. Francis Oguya. It offers various programs. The first is they offer diploma in community and public health. They also have degree courses in the same area. They have master's level courses. They have PhD level courses, as well as a diploma in health records and information management, which is also a health course, training health record professionals to work in hospitals. Maybe just for the information of the students also joining this school, the school has adequately equipped laboratory infrastructure and also highly qualified academic and technical staff that are going to mentor you and work with you until you finish your program. There are various activities that take place in the school. The mandate of the university, as you might be aware by now, is different from high school, is to conduct research, teach, and community engagement. Those are the 3 areas. And within the school, you can just briefly speak about research. We have various researches that are going on within the school by the scientists and technical staff within the school. Some of the ongoing research include some work that is being done in cerebral malaria, development of adjunct therapy for treating severe malaria, cerebral malaria. We have students or postgraduate students who are doing research in human African trypanosomiasis. In pharmaceutical sciences, we are ongoing research in ameliorating or assuaging miraa or cat toxicity, generally profiling the toxic effects of miraa and how that can be mitigated, pharmacologically speaking or otherwise. There's also research that is ongoing on arsenic toxicity in regard to pharmacological interventions, also development of adjunct therapy. We do have also research ongoing in chemical food contaminants. As you're aware, some of the fruits that you feed on every day have been ripened using chemicals. So we have postgraduate students who have been doing research in potential toxic or adverse effects that might occur when you get exposed to those type of chemicals. We also have ongoing research in herbicides. Herbicides are used to kill weeds, and they have been known to potentially cause cancer. So we have postgraduate students who are doing research in trying to profile some of the side effects that might be associated with exposure to herbicides. There's also other researches on vaccine efficacy that is being done by a postgraduate student in regard to how other diseases or comorbidities might affect the efficacy or effectiveness of vaccines that have been deployed in Kenya to prevent disease in children. So maybe I'll just say one or two to encourage the students who are coming to these programs, to encourage you to work very hard. As I said before, nothing good comes without putting in hard work. If you don't put hard work, you will not be successful. These are very involving courses that require 100% concentration, that you need to, when you come to the university, you need to come and do what your parents have sent you to do. You concentrate on academics. And myself as a student, I used to, sometimes reading will be difficult and exhausting. But what used to comfort me was the fact that that was a temporary process. I knew that I just have to work hard for 4 years, and after that, you can reap lifelong benefits. That would be the advice that I give you when you come here, and sometimes you feel you're tired with studies or it's too difficult. Don't give up. Keep working hard. It is just for 4 years. After that, you can enjoy the benefits for many, many years to come. For students, for distinguished students, as my colleague had said, who just left this podium, talked about chemistry. Students who do extremely well in their university education, they have many opportunities. One of the opportunities that the possibilities for scholarships. There are very many organizations which are willing to sponsor you to go for further studies in other countries so that you can get different experience from the one in Kenya. You can only get that opportunity if you do very well in the university. The other thing is that if you have done very well in as a student at the university, it becomes very easy for you to secure a job because as you know, the job market is very competitive, so they go for the best. If you have poor grades from the university, it's a little bit difficult. It takes time before you can be able to get anything meaningful to do. So it's very extremely important for you to, when you come here, do what brought you here, focus on your studies, and then the doors will open for you. Otherwise, on behalf of the School of Health and Biomedical Sciences, I welcome all students who are joining various programs within our school. Asante sana.
Hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya.
There's a student, somebody who has asked, how does one register their course units? When you join the program, when you come to the university, you'll get access to you'll go to your department, and in the department there's a curriculum that has a list of various courses you're supposed to do in year one. So when you come, to the university and you register as a student, that is when you'll be able to access the list of courses that you need to do in your first year from the respective department that you are joining. Then there's a question: what is the professional body for those taking nutrition and dietetics? The professional course is called Kenya National. It's called KNDI, Kenya National Nutritionist and Dietitians Institute. That is the professional body that regulates the nutritional courses, and the Department of Nutrition, Human Nutrition, and that all their courses are accredited with this organization. There's another question. I applied for a course as a self-sponsored student, and the status reads, awaiting for departmental approval. So basically what it means is that depending on when you applied, the application has not been processed, and I can guarantee you that that will be concluded in this week, and then you'll get a message indicating whether you've been successful or not. I can guarantee at least by Friday that should be available to you. Thank you.
TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded. The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. In January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic, with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees.
No, I wanted them to do some activity. Stretch.
This is how the ceremony proceeded.
The School of Computing is located. The director school is in room D21. Yes. Now in the next slide we have or what I'm showing there is what programs we have and what is the focus in these programs. So, for example, we have a computer technology which is related to what you'll find in other universities being referred to as computer science. Ours, being a technical university, is enriched to incorporate both hardware and software So this is where the equivalent of computer engineering is, as we have a bias on the computing bit, but our colleagues in the Faculty of Engineering probably will tell you more about the other bit, those who are concentrating or focusing more, specializing in the hardware and circuits manufacturing. In information technology, the BTech, as well as the diploma in technology, the focus here is on software engineering, information systems, and this is the application of computing in the industry. In the next program, this is the computer and communication networks, the degree and the diploma. The focus is on this intersection of computing and telecommunications. We give you a background of theoretical computer science. Then immediately you focus and concentrate more on the networking, internet technologies, and related mainstream or modern state-of-the-art technologies that have come up, like mobile as well as computing technologies. We are excited to also be launching this semester our first Master of Technology in Computer Technology as well as in Communication and Computer Networks. There you have specializations, which you find in the next slide, relating not only to theoretical algorithms, software engineering, but also in security, distributed systems, artificial intelligence. We have a focus, a specialization on machine learning, algorithms, among others. We have a running PhD program. We have been graduating students already, which is also in computer science, in computer technology, and I encourage even other audiences who probably have not yet registered at this point in time to register for this new program. What is the value proposition in the School of Computing at IT? From the vision, from the philosophy of the university, we can promise you practical orientation in our teaching. It's hands-on. It's not just theoretical, and that differentiates us from a program in computer science. You will find what we call the IBL, or this is referred to as the industry-based learning, both internally and also externally in companies, and that is more to cement and to ground you in the practical, in the skills that are necessary to do computing from this orientation. We have up to 32 lecturers at the moment, spread from graduate assistants to associate professor, and these have diverse experiences from the industry, from other universities, from research projects and other collaborations that we have with the industry, which is also a value proposition, and you gain more from these mentors. See them as mentors, as facilitators. We have, I think the slides are moving a little bit faster than me. Otherwise, but we have in the value proposition still on the industry-funded projects that we have, and this gives you an opportunity to get already involved in some projects that already are having impact in the society. So, for example, we have a very successful air quality sensor project, and those who are doing communication and computer networks are in a position to configure as well as to monitor various devices remotely. We have very vibrant student clubs. Please, new students, join these clubs because it's peer-to-peer learning. You also learn from your colleagues who probably have already been around a semester or a year or 2 years earlier than you. Yes, in the next slide, I show you the collaborations that we have in the School of Computing. There is the larger collaborations between the university and industry, but these I've selected a few that the School of Computing is taking a lead in. If you have used your mobile phone today or you are already using it, you are likely interacting with the Huawei technologies in the background, since most of the service providers or telecom companies at the moment are using that. We have a running collaboration, and here you'll be able to do certifications by Huawei, by IBM, by Oracle, and this prepare you for the industry. The air quality sensor project I've just mentioned, we are doing it with the Code for Kenya or Code for Africa, as well as other practical SMS-based platforms. For example, if you checked your KCSE results By sending a short code, you are interacting with what we are calling the Africa's Talking, and we are in a collaboration with them. So you will learn also from them, and they'll give you public lectures and also internships. They will be part of the project clubs, where we have also industry players, some of our alumni as well in that. We have cutting-edge technologies. For example, from IBM, we are able to do the IoT or big data, machine learning. We are doing that as well with Google, with Kenneth, ICT Authority, among others. These collaborations are to enrich our service, or what we teach you, we deliver down there. I'm coming to the end, where I will give you some general remarks in the next slide. As you are aware, that's also why we are not doing this face-to-face, given the COVID pandemic. This has enabled, especially computing, some of the technologies that we were hesitant as a world, as globally, not just in Kenya or not just in the TUK. We have an opportunity now to use them. So I would really urge you and advise you to prepare well. Please invest in a laptop. I know you have mobile phones that can do this, but still, a mobile phone, given its size in terms of the screen and other, for example, the computing power, invest in a laptop as early as you can if you are doing computing. Then, when you are learning from home, what we are calling the blended learning, ensure you have a good connectivity and identify those spots wherever you are, where you can have a good connectivity. Once you are already now admitted or registered, join the clubs. There is an overall ICT club, which is general, but we have other clubs that are very specific. If, for example, is to do with specific technologies like from Google, there are platforms, or Microsoft, and there are various products and other companies where they have already installed, which can already give you internships. There are others that are also addressing specific research questions, like in machine learning. Please join these clubs and collaborate with your peers. In these clubs, you will not find not only School of Computing students, but also you'll find mechanical engineering students who are able to assist you in the design or in fabrication, electrical engineering students or lecturers as well, who are able to design circuits, and those circuits then we program them from the School of Computing. Take care of yourselves, and when I say yourselves, think also of yourself. We are located in the CBD. That has its own challenges, that has its own opportunities. We can't insist further. If it was somewhere in the village, maybe you do not have issues crossing the roads. But take care of yourself. I say that both generally and also specifically. There are other problems and other nitty-gritty details of cities that you find. Please don't lose your guard. Above all, you are starting a journey as students. Learn how to learn. We never stop learning. And this ensures, or my advice to you would be, learn how to organize your days. How do you organize your learning? How do you manage your time? How do you manage the information that you get? You are already getting a lot of information from us here. And please also identify and take the opportunities that arise. Assimilate them, try to exploit them also as much as you can. Have motivation, don't be passive, pursue what are the various things that you can do with your computing. Good. So thank you very much. The next slide will be just to tell you thank you, and if there are questions, I respond to. I'm already seeing a few here. Four of the questions. I'll try and answer them here. Number one, what are the cutoff points for the 3 programs? I don't have this information offhand. We have the communication and computer networks, has the same cluster points as the engineering. I don't know the specific one, but should be around that 7. Then computer technology follows with 36, and I think also the information technology. However, this information is available on the website, which is scit.tukenya.ac.ke. you find the information about what are the requirements to enroll in these programs. How do you get the units that you are supposed to study? We have a timetable that is already out for year 1, term 1. For year 2, we are not yet in, we have year 2, we will be starting term 1. So I don't know why you're asking for term 2. But this information you find in the timetable that we have already issued. In the school office and also from the heads of departments, you get also the schedule of all the courses that you do from first year to fourth year. So I encourage you to also get in touch with us, and let's know this. We also make use of the class reps system. I think you have probably been told that even from the first day by the DVC. And the class reps which you form as you register, we encourage you to form your own platforms for communication, whether it's WhatsApp or Twitter or other ways. And that way, this information will also be relayed and relayed very fast. Since we are computing, we are at the forefront of also using these technologies. Does the university offer CCNA and Cisco? Yes. And this you find from the School of Business, where they are running the Bachelor of Business and Information Technology. Please, once you are here, register for these CCNA, Cisco certifications. As we are offering the Huawei certifications, which are similar, it's networking environment in the School of Computing, but it doesn't stop you from also doing these CCNA and other certifications. Professional certifications is something I highly recommend. Even as you get your degree or your diploma from TUK, also get these professional certifications. So apart from a laptop, what other things do I need for my course of study? So it varies from course to course. If it's in our School of Computing, what you need is, I would term it as stationary, but it is also stationary that includes things like what you need for the engineering drawing courses. We introduce you to engineering. Computing has a background or has a history of being part of engineering and part of the things and applications that we do. But these are things that cost less than 500 shillings, so it's something that even as you start in the first 2 weeks, you have a time to get them. And this will be communicated also by the lecturers in class or online, in our sessions online. So in that case, also visit the TU Kenya website and follow the link to the e-learning portal. From the e-learning portal, navigate to your respective schools, your respective faculties, which you have been introduced to or which we are introducing you to, and you find also the courses. We have already listed, for example, for our school, the courses that you need to, and it's important to enroll in these courses. Some courses, when you are joining now in first term, will not be taught in the School of IT. For example, if it's a common course on communication, but you also find guidelines on this e-learning portal. Our experience with the group before you was that they found, or they took some time to find their way in this system. Please also get in touch with us on Monday when you are doing registration and confirmation of your original certificates. Please come to us, especially those in computing. We will be glad to also take you through a tutorial through the e-learning system, which is part and parcel now of learning, and we have embraced it, and so far so good. Otherwise, thank you very much. My request would be, if probably in the chat there, you could also tell us from which county you are watching us from. If you include the sub-county, even the better. Thank you very much. I can scream.
The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. And in January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic, with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded.
By the powers bestowed upon me by the provisions of the Universities Act 2012 and the subsequent amendments thereto of 2014 and 2016, the Charter of the Technical University of Kenya 2013, and the University Statutes 2013, and Statute number 15 and Statute number 41, I declare this a congregation of the Technical University of Kenya.
It is my pleasure and great honor to welcome you, together with other distinguished guests present here, parents, guardians, and the 2021 graduates watching us remotely from the comfort of their homes, to the 9th virtual graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, allow me to introduce to you this year's valedictorian, the student with best overall academic performance in the university. But before I do so, allow me to make some few remarks about this year's valedictorian. Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, this year's valedictorian is Mr. Douglas Kariuki Mundia. Mr. Douglas Kariuki Mundia was born in Nairobi on 19th May 1998. Douglas attended Elijah Kagiri Primary School, where he scored 344 points out of a possible 500 marks in the 2011 KCPE examinations. In the year 2011, Douglas was admitted to Chania Boys High School, from where he sat his KCSE examinations and scored a grade B+ of 72 points. Douglas was later admitted to this great institution, the Technical University of Kenya, to study Bachelor of Technology in Applied Chemistry, Industrial Chemistry option. Douglas has emerged as the best overall degree graduate in the class of 2021 by obtaining a first-class honors degree with an average mark of 80.2%. Please join me in welcoming Douglas to deliver his valedictorian speech. Karibu sana, Bwana Douglas Mundia.
The past 4 years have certainly been tough, but now we are here to celebrate our academic achievements and the journey we have embarked on towards our future destinations. Indeed, with self-discipline and dedication, we can accomplish anything that is sent your mind. Fellow graduates, we have grown together, not only academically, but also in character and wisdom, forging new relations, forging new friendships, and rekindling others with fear can disappear forever. We have spent countless hours studying for our tests, encouraging each other when things go sharp, and making memories. Today marks the end of one extraordinary chapter of our lives and the beginning of another. Going forward, we know there will be obstacles to overcome. Fortunately, we have each other and the tools to forward ahead. We may stumble and even fall, but we will always pick ourselves back up. And if we ever see someone struggling, let us be kind and help them get back on their feet. Fellow graduates, we have different backgrounds and opportunity to gain, but we are living as proud students with a common goal to be successful. When you live here today, be proud of what you have accomplished and celebrate your academic victory. Congratulations, class of 2021, you have done it.
Madam Pro-Chancellor and Acting Chancellor, Catherine Maina graduated from the Technical University of Kenya with a degree in Electrical and Electronics Engineering in the year 2014. Upon graduating from the Technical University of Kenya, Catherine secured an internship at Safaricom PLC at the Network Operations Center, after which she proceeded to become an enterprise technical support intern. She then joined the Safaricom Graduate Management Trainee Program, an opportunity that catapulted her to be employed as a fixed access engineer, a position that she held for a period of 3 years. In 2018, Catherine assumed a new role, Access Transmission Planning Engineer, a position she holds to date. While employed at Safaricom PLC, Catherine has achieved many feats, which include, she's been awarded 4 company awards, such as the prestigious Safaricom ECO Awards, and additionally in Sport Awards. She is in charge of providing network access through Universal Service Fund, USF, to remote areas in the North Rift region. Last year, she was part of a team that was involved in a project to take fiber to the Kenya's northern frontier. She has worked on automating fiber planning, design system, and digitized existing network infrastructure. She has contributed towards automating the process of generating fiber quotes and reports. She serves as a Tech Sauti champion, representing the Network Planning and Design Department, where they plan yearly activities and awards of Technology Division at Safaricom. Catherine was involved in the Safaricom 47 in 1, a program involved with transforming students' lives through the 47 counties by equipping schools with computer laboratories. Catherine also works with young and aspiring engineers under various mentorship programs, such as Women in Technology, intended to make them better engineers and prepare them on how to face challenges they could encounter in the real world.
I wish to tender my warm congratulations to all graduates for this great milestone. It is in this great institution that I acquired the education, culture, and experiences that placed the cornerstone of a solid and firm foundation in my life. During my studies here, courses such as transmission lines and waveguides, mobile computing, and digital transmission paved a clear path for my passion in the telecommunications industry. Furthermore, I hold very fond memories of being the first runners-up during the 2011 Miss TUK annual beauty pageant, and also first runners-up during the Technovation Challenge 2014 by innovating an alcohol content calculator. Additionally, during the Tech Avenue exhibition in 2013, I exhibited an alcohol detection system that would later assist revolutionize safety on Kenyan roads through AlcoBlue. It is through such experiences here at TUK that I gain skills and experience in balancing academic rigor and extracurricular activities. As much as academic certificates are a major milestone in one's career, employers take seriously the skills and willingness to learn and work with others. Always remember, learning never stops. Be open-minded and willing to learn from even a volunteer or internship position if the opportunity arises in any organization. As a woman in technology, I must mention that I have not had any major challenges at the workplace. Contrary to some of the society opinions and beliefs that female graduates struggle in male-dominated careers, you can be anything you want to be if you put in the work, work smart, be resilient, disciplined, focused, and perfect your skills. Think entrepreneurship, with or without a job. That's where financial freedom is. I run a part-time online coffee shop. I urge graduates to transform their passions into business, as you might be very surprised. Create strong networking channels, as your network is your net worth. Many people who succeed in their careers and businesses attribute their success to strong networking channels that they have created over time. I got my first internship opportunity through a network I created in my final year here at the Technical University of Kenya, one that has since created endless opportunities. As an alumnus of this institution, I feel a great sense of pride and achievement, and would like to urge all the graduates to register as members of the Technical University Alumni Association, TUCA. The association provides a platform for alumni to give back and support its initiatives. You can join the association by registering through the alumni portal on the university website.
The Cabinet Secretary for Ministry of Education, today represented here by CAS Honorable Mumina Bonaya, the Principal Secretary, who should have been with us in absentia, the Chair of Council and Pro-Chancellor, Dr. Halima Zado, members of council, distinguished academic staff of the university, graduates, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen. I have the pleasure to welcome all of you to the presence of the Technical University of Kenya as we celebrate the 9th graduation ceremony. We appreciate that you have found time out of your busy schedule to join the university community today in making this milestone occasion within the campus. As was the case with last year's event, we are celebrating this ceremony under strict adherence to the prevailing COVID-19 protocols. On behalf of the Senate and the University Management Board, I convey our sincere congratulations to you, together with your parents, guardians, and sponsors, as the case may be. You have demonstrated a rare character of resilience and hard work, which is consistent with innate discipline. Indeed, the general student population has continued to exercise maturity and dialogue in handling the challenges that have come about with the COVID-19 pandemic. In line with the prevailing COVID-19 containment efforts, the university has embraced blended learning, where a majority of the training is done online. The students come to campus only where it is absolutely necessary. This has ensured that the academic calendar continues uninterrupted. The university has also witnessed improved efficiency in syllabi delivery and assessment. The university increased its investment in ICT infrastructure to support this endeavor. We are happy to note that both the lecturers and students have adapted well and fully into the new mode of learning. Cabinet Secretary, Madam Pro-Chancellor, and distinguished guests, the Technical University of Kenya has taken deliberate steps to enhance its collaborative networks over the years. These efforts have greatly improved our research output and community engagements. In this regard, our standing on the global academic stage has greatly improved. In the recent and latest Webometric rankings, the university moved to position 7 nationally. It was also ranked position 140 in Africa. This global evaluation demonstrates that the university has come of age and is competing favorably amongst its peers. As you leave the gates of the Technical University of Kenya, you will be an alumnus or an alumna of this university. And corresponding to that, this university will be your alma mater. In literal translation, alma mater means nourishing mother. It does not matter how your mother looks like. They will always be your mother. And it is your responsibility to promote and uplift the name of your mother wherever you go. That is what the Technical University of Kenya will be to yourself.
I am delighted to join you on this auspicious occasion of the 9th graduation ceremony of the Technical University of Kenya. When COVID-19 was declared in Kenya, uncertainty across the learning sector was almost palpable. There is this saying about necessity being the mother of invention. Schools that could afford, as well as universities, quickly figured out how to continue operating and adopted virtual learning. Although it was expensive to many, out of necessity, families bought computers and connected them to internet to make it possible for virtual learning. I'm pleased to note that Technical University of Kenya has adopted a blended system of learning where most of the learning is
30 African countries, that is more than half the continent, are now treating nearly 400 patients with coronavirus after Tanzania, Liberia, Benin, Gabon and Somalia said they had registered their first cases. Africa had until recently been spared of the rapid spread of COVID-19, which has affected at least 180,000 people worldwide and cost over 7,000 deaths. But health experts are concerned the continent's often dilapidated health infrastructure will struggle to cope as cases mount. Chinese billionaire and Alibaba co-founder Jack Ma pledged to donate over 1 million coronavirus tests kits to Africa on Monday, as the World Bank said it had committed $60 million to Kenya to help the country battle the outbreak. To help with this discussion is Professor Fiona Mbaye, Professor of Biomedical Sciences at the Technical University of Kenya. Prof, karibu sana. Thank you so much for joining us today. Let's start with what I just read, especially because, as I have said, Africa had been perceived as, you know, sort of like immune to this coronavirus, but we were proved wrong. 3 cases now in Kenya. Tanzania recorded its first case yesterday. Should we be prepared for a worse situation, Prof?
Absolutely. I think any country anywhere in the world should be prepared. The initial spread of the virus was from China to the Pacific Islands, Southeast Asia, onto Europe and the Americas. And because of global travel, it's important to realize that it is now going to the rest of the world, including Africa, and particularly where we are concerned, Sub-Saharan Africa.
Let's talk about Kenya, for instance. What other, because I understand there's a presser today, of course you did hear the National Emergency Response Committee for Coronavirus say that it will be issuing daily briefs, and today...
For East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with. And they can also now give their perspective on how to approach, trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you. Hello, I'm Dr. Geoffrey Otieno from the Technical University of Kenya, where I am the director of the School of Chemistry, and I'm a member of the Kenya Chemical Society, where I sit in the governing council. So our topic of discussion today is chemical security. Our goals will be to look at chemical security and compare this with chemical safety. We'll look at some concepts of chemical security, and finally we'll conclude by looking at a class of chemicals we call dual-use chemicals. So chemical safety and chemical security. In chemical safety, our aim is always to protect us humans or users of chemicals from accidents that might harm us in the laboratory. But when it comes to chemical security, the aim is actually to protect against the intentional misuse of chemicals. Now, overall, the goals of both chemical safety and chemical security is to promote safe and peaceful use of chemicals, as chemicals are part of our daily lives. The purpose of chemical safety is to protect users from being unintentionally harmed by the chemicals they're using. And there are three ways in which we can protect the user. Number one is to eliminate the source. And number two is to block the pathway through which the user might come in contact with the chemical. And number three is to protect the user by using
Yamolo. I'm the director of School of Physics and Earth Sciences. I'm a material scientist. I do a lot of work in computational modeling as well as experimental material science. I'm going to introduce you to the, I'll give you a description of the School of Physics and Earth Sciences. The School of Physics and Earth Sciences consists of the following academic units: Geoscience and the Environment, whose academic team leader is Dr. Lewis Sitoki. We have Astronomy and Space Sciences with the academic team leader, Professor Paul Baki. We have Fundamental and Theoretical Physics. The academic team leader is Professor Lavi Muye. We have Tech on Applied Physics. The academic team leader is Professor Jackson Odote. I would like to encourage you to visit our website. There's more detail that is available there. I'm just giving you a summary of what we have. The School of Physics and Earth Sciences, or in a brief space, offers the following certificate, a diploma, undergraduate and postgraduate programs. We have a certificate in environmental resource management. We have a diploma in technology, abbreviated DeepTech, in environmental resource management, technical and applied physics. Students who pursue these diplomas have an opportunity to join the BTech or the degree program.
So I think it's something that you need to consider. Then we have Bachelor of Technology in Environmental Resource Management and Bachelor of Technology in Tech and Applied Physics. This are getting quite popular now, because I think the community wants to see graduates, or parents want to see the children having skills in which they can immediately apply to areas of our society. We have postgraduate degrees. We have a Master of Science in Environmental Resource Management. We also have a Master of Science in Physics. The most recent postgraduate degree is the Master of Science in Medical Physics. This is being done in collaboration with Kenyatta National Hospital, and we're in the process of finalizing an MOU with them so that they can allow our students to go to the hospital for a clinical practicum or clinical exposure. This is a postgraduate program because you need a first degree in physics to be able to join a master's degree in medical physics. What is medical physics? Medical physics is the application of physics to diagnose disease as well as to treat disease. I think in the last couple of years we've seen a lot of emerging cases of growths, abnormal growths in our bodies, and this kind of expertise is not available. This program, the Master of Science in Medical Physics, is the only program in medical physics in Eastern Africa. Okay, so I think it's quite a unique program, and we welcome other applications, not only at this time. We also have PhD in physics in the following areas: astrophysics and space sciences, medical physics. Okay, we have already PhDs carrying out medical physics, material science, and condensed matter physics, electronics and instrumentation. A PhD in environmental resource management is under curriculum development. You've already heard this, but I will also emphasize it. Our BTech degrees are hands-on degrees. We also have two, as I've said, in our school, both the Deep Tech and the BTech programs. Okay, the hands-on aspects are enforced, or rather are introduced by ensuring that we have industrial-based learning, both internal and external, as part of the training. So in summary, for both BTech degrees, environmental resource management and Tech on Applied Physics, the 3 initial years cover fundamental aspects of the courses. Okay, in the third year, the fourth term of the third year, because we are using a term system now, we have the internal industry-based learning. Here the students will be exposed to other techniques, or informed about what is happening in other areas, other academic units within the university. In the fourth year, we have an external industry-based learning. Here our students will go out, will seek for attachments outside the university, outside there, because then that is where the skills that they have acquired and learned is applied. Okay, so This is very important because essentially preparing the students to fit somewhere when they finish their studies. I'll give examples, among others, of where our students go for external IBL. For ERM, Environmental Resource Management, our students go to NEMA, ChemFree, Kenya Wildlife Services, Kenya Forestry Services. They also go to extensive visits to areas of natural resources, forests, the coastline. Our students have just come from, the students of ERM have just come from a 1-week visit to the Kenyan coast. And we have slides and photos, I think, that are just about to be mounted on our website. So please just have a look. You'll see a lot of information. Remember, information is power. When you visit the site, you also see what kinds of activities we are involved in, because in this orientation I do not have the time to tell you, to give you as much detail as I could. They also go to, for external IBL, to private conservation organizations. For technical and applied physics, our students go to external IBL in the following areas, in the following organizations, among others: Kenya Bureau of Standards, KIRDI, national and private hospitals, where these are radiation treatment centers, cancer centers, car assemblies, electrical works. Apart from KEBS, we now have private standardization bodies. We have startups in renewable energy, green energy. We have areas of data science and artificial intelligence. The physics students are generally empowered here because in physics there's a lot of modeling, which is applied to many areas. It's not limited to physics. It can be applied to economics, looking at data, okay, and trying to interpret it. These are the same organizations where our students are employed, because there is always this big question that parents or even students will ask, where will my child, what will my child do with this qualification? So I think I'm already giving you information, but very soon you will also see this mounted in our website, in which we'll be featuring specific students briefly, and where they'll tell us experiences of what they're doing. And then the universities have a role to play in the community. In the past, a lot of people, a lot of citizens did not understand the role of the university, but we do have a role to play, and that's what I will be addressing next, by asking what is the role of our school in national research priorities and community engagement. For geoscience and the environment, we have an involvement in activities promoting sustainable environmental use. Okay. Remember, in the developing world, we have not really protected our environment. There is a lot of dumping plastics. Despite the regulation by government, we still see blockage of channels with the plastic waste. If we continue doing this, I think we are not making it very nice for the environment, for the future generation. So this is a very, very important aspect. Okay, we also have a lot of, we need to understand our environment. We have issues of climate and climate change that are important. Some of these immediately impact on agriculture and food production. Okay, so a sustainable use of the environment is a key thing. Okay, in fact, some experts in from the area of geoscience and the environment feel that we are not doing enough to reach out to the community on how they need to treat waste. Okay, because if we put this in a totality, those are some of the effects that we see. We don't see them immediately, but we see them. We might see them when it's too late. Okay. Still going on issues of national research priorities and community engagement. Physics is a fundamental science that supports other applied sciences and engineering. I just want to give you an example. If we look at the developed world, from where we buy most of our electronic products and even services, you'll probably note that the fundamental sciences are highly developed. They have done this for years. The national laboratories in the United States and even in Germany, some of them are more than 50 to 70 years old. If we have such laboratories that are targeting national priorities, we can reverse some of the problems that we are going through. We need to develop technology so that we have other sources of revenue. Taxation by KRA, which I think we all know very well about, cannot really help us to do to grow other aspects that will help us to have additional revenue. So to me, that's very, very key. Okay, we have already stretched. We cannot keep relying on agriculture and tourism. Okay, we need other aspects. If we could have, if we could develop technologies or industries locally, then we'll probably stop buying products. If we stop buying products, we'll be buying our own products. We'll be creating jobs here and not in other places. Okay, our youth need jobs. Okay, we need to give them a future. Okay, to me that is key. So I'm very passionate that the fundamental sciences must be developed. Okay, the fundamental sciences inform the applied sciences. Okay, at times in the developing world, it almost looks like it's painful. Okay, but I've given you a very good example. The industrialized, the developed world invested years, 50, 70 years, and that's why they are where they are now. I've said so much about that. One very good reminder was the corona pandemic, which is still restricting us right now. You will note that every leader was talking about falling back on science, looking for answers in science. So I think your generation needs to be encouraged so that we don't leave the fundamental sciences behind. In terms of what physics has done, take on applied physics and physics in general, even around the university, you will come and see the temperature sensor that you have probably entered as you've come in for orientation. There's a remote temperature sensor where you put your hand. There was developed by staff in Take on Applied Physics, led by Professor Udote and team. And I think that is something that immediately impacts on the community. Tech University of Kenya is a national lead on development in Africa by radio astronomy. Okay, this team is led by Professor Baki, and they are doing a lot of research on aspects that immediately impact our lives as Kenyans. We also have a cross-discipline computational modeling and material science. This might sound like jargon, but when you come, I think we are pleased to probably take you around and give you information about this. In this cross-discipline area, we try to use computer science to give us information on science, information that we can use to as decision support tools to in industry. In the past, we saw industry that was making a trial and error. You'll try products. If they are not suitable, you throw them away. Okay, in computational modeling, now you use computer science and fundamental physics, chemistry, biology, mathematics to create models. Okay, so the model helps you to make decisions. Okay, and that cuts down the time that you will have used to create prototypes that or you will create and destroy because they don't meet certain aspects. Okay, so TUK is not only a national lead. What we are doing, TUK is second only to South Africa on the African continent. I am a lead research associate with the Kenya Education Network, so I'm telling you first-hand information. I also work with the African School in Electronic Structure Methods and Applications, and we have been doing this for the last 18 years. What areas have we been looking at? Materials for energy conversion, green energy. Okay, green energy goes in sync with the environmental protection, where we have either no pollution or limited pollution. Materials for water purification. We also have problems of issues of the quality of water. Materials for battery, or the science and technology of batteries. Okay, we are looking for alternative energies. Okay, our future prospects are to move and collaborate with the health sciences, chemistry. Okay, in a drug design. Okay. So in collaboration with these schools within our faculty, we will be able to now inform issues on health. Okay, because remember, the science that we are engaged in must benefit us here in the medium and long term. Okay. So these are things that are coming that you need to be aware. So when you come, you know that there are things, the activities that are happening, and you will eventually end up among some of these. You will make a choice. The School of Physics and Earth Sciences welcomes the following students admitted for Deep Tech ERM, BTech ERM, and Tech on Applied Physics, MSc in Environmental Resource Management, MSc Physics, MSc Medical Physics, PhD Medical Physics, PhD Material Science stroke Condensed Matter Physics. Because these students have been admitted and they have gone through the process. What is my advice to students? That they need to be proactive. They need to join student groups seeking to get knowledge and skills relevant to the work environment. If possible, get a laptop or have an access to a PC, a computer, whether it is, even if it's at home or you don't carry it. Keep safe, keep busy, stay away from any form of ill. Okay, for our young adults, the majority of the students we are receiving are young adults. We have class tutors. The advent of pandemic has created problems. In the past, we had really to engage with students and meet them. Now a lot of things are happening virtually. in January we had students who, to date, we don't know very well because, but we have learned, and we'll ensure that you are properly oriented. We have class tutors both for ERM and Tech on Applied Physics. These class tutors have been instructed to be your first contact point for personal and other academic issues. Okay, this is not high school, and at times people have problems and probably they don't know who to talk to, but you can consult them the moment you are around here. We will introduce you to them. You can also visit the office of the director, that is N216. The N block is the first building on your right, just after the gate. There you'll get information. Okay, you get your welcome. If you maybe are not able to reach any of these persons, you can also write an email to director.space@2kenya.ac.ke, director.space@2kenya.ac.ke. For the new adults, because most postgraduate students are probably familiar with environments around the universities, you will still need to familiarize yourself with the TUK campus. It is a small campus, but people still get lost for a few weeks. You need to know where the library is, the administration, finance, and the wellness clinic. I welcome you to the School of Physics and Earth Sciences, and we hope that you will find this place to be meaningful to the qualifications that you have. For you to join a certificate in environmental resource management, I think you need to have an average grade of I think a C minus. But you can come to N216 for further information. The students are expected to be on campus, or rather to visit campus, on 4th of October. Okay, that's when we formally start. It's important that you come. The laboratories or any lab sessions are live. You need to come in person. Lectures, some lectures will be, we are doing a blended system, so some lectures will be virtual. Consultations may be live depending on arrangement with the lecturer. For you to apply for interfaculty transfer, you need to visit the office of the dean. It's already in process via the dean's committee, but it is limited to some schools have limits. So I think if you're around Nairobi now, you need to be doing that now, because it's being finalized, I think, in one of our last meetings. Thank you very much. I hope that TUK will give you, will be a dream that will lead you to a career elsewhere. Thank you very much. Okay. Hey, you should have given me this.
Who we call threats, people who might want to access these chemicals for ulterior uses, which could be to harm us. Now, there are three ways, again, how we approach chemical security. And the first one is to eliminate the threat, eliminate the person.
The second one is to block the pathway, which means you put barriers that will prevent the threat from accessing our chemical, which is the asset. And number three is to protect that asset, which means we put systems in place to prevent the threat from accessing the assets, which are chemicals. So again, chemical security aims at protecting our chemicals from being accessed by individuals who might have ulterior motives. So why should we worry about chemical safety? So chemical safety broadly wants to take care of workers, it wants to take care of the community, and it wants to take care of the environment. And broadly speaking, chemical safety is the right thing to do. So chemical accidents have inevitably resulted in stricter control and more scrutiny. One of the biggest incidents was the Bhopal incident that occurred in India. The plant where the incident occurred was manufacturing 7, and 7 is made using methyl isocyanate. The incident occurred at night. Several lives in the thousands were lost, and to date, the effects are still being felt in India. Such incidences inevitably will lead to more scrutiny on the users of chemicals. Now, chemical security, on the other hand, is something that is also important for us to think about. And this is because there's a history of people deliberately using chemicals to harm others, whether it is in world wars or regionally confined uses of chemicals to harm others. These are well documented. Therefore, as users of chemicals, we should worry about chemical security. Now, to compound the problem of chemical security is the availability of information. On websites, on books, on blogs, the information on
Hello, freshers. I'm Professor Dorcas Yole, the Director of School of Biological and Life Sciences. I want to sincerely welcome you to TUK and wish you well in the beginning of this exciting 3 years, 4 years programs. And for those who are doing your master's, 2 years programs and 3 years programs for those who are doing your PhD. As a school, we welcome you and we want to tell you, feel at home. This is not going to be your home because you're going to spend most of your time here for most of the years of your program. So we want to tell you this is a good environment to be, and we want to congratulate you for working so hard to be able to join the Technical University of Kenya. Many people would have wanted to come, but not everyone was able to. So we are very proud of you. The School of Biological and Life Sciences teaches various studies in biology. Biology is life. And when you are doing biology courses, you are actually not only understanding about yourself, but about the society and the environment in which you live in, and also you are providing solutions to the community. In the School of Biological and Life Sciences, there are 4 departments, and I'm going to go through them. The Department of Applied and Technical Biology is headed by Dr. Susan Imbahale, an expert in entomology. Entomology is the study of insects. And there are 4 programs in that school. We've got a Bachelor of Technology in Applied Biology. Those who are coming here to do this course, you are going to study everything about biology. You know, the animals, the plants, the human beings. You are going to study about drugs. You are going to study about vaccines. You are going to study all areas, all subjects related to biology. And after, if you are doing a bachelor's degree, a Bachelor of Technology, you'll be able to get jobs in research institutions like the Institute of Primate Research, IURI, KEMRI, KWS. You're also going to be able to get jobs in industries which deal with drugs and vaccine production, and also diagnostic products. So, and when you do a BTech, you'll actually be a technologist when you go to these places. And for those who are doing diplomas, you are going to be technical staff in the same institutions. But the good thing is, when you are coming here with your diploma, you don't have to look for employment. You can still proceed and do your degree. After doing your 3 years of diploma, you just join third year, and within 2 years, you will have completed your degree, which is an advantage. The ones who come straight to their degree programs will take 4 years. But those of you who are coming through via your diplomas, you will take 5 years, and you have the same qualification, and you can do the same work. See, there's also the Bachelor of Technology in Science Laboratory Technology. This course is a bit broader than the Applied Biology, which deals really with biology only. In SLT, that's what we normally call it, you also do physics and chemistry. Physics is critical, especially if you are going to work in research and industry, because you'll be dealing with equipment, instruments. So physics is going to help you know how to handle this equipment and learn how to use them. I am a product of something similar. I did a BSc, and I did physics and chemistry and biology. And when I went to research, it was so much easier for me because I was able to understand the equipment which I'm using. So you also do chemistry, and the chemistry will help you to understand the chemical processes of biology. So in the first 2 years of your bachelor's, if you're coming for your bachelor's, you will do the 3 subjects: physics, chemistry, and biology. And then we'll give you a diploma. And after that, you will choose one of the 3 subjects, either chemistry, biology, or physics. So when you come, just give yourself to the 3 subjects, so that by the end of the 2 years, you may be able to know which one do I want to graduate in. And you might be asking us, why do we give you a diploma? We give you a diploma because Technical University of Kenya was a former Kenya Polytechnic, which gave technical staff and technologists and researchers to industry and research institution. And still industry and research institution have got a thing about the diploma, and they really appreciate when you don't only have your degree, but also you have your diploma. And then after your 4 years, we will also give you a degree. So we will make you sweat because we will make you do 3 subjects, but you are going to get out of this program with 2 certificates, which are really critical when you are looking for jobs. And again, you'll be able to get jobs in research institutions, especially in drug and vaccine and diagnostic products, industries dealing with drugs, vaccines, diagnostics, and also in various pharmaceutical industries. So there's a lot of work for you there. And for those who like to work in colleges as technologists or schools, you actually be able to get jobs to be in charge of labs, either in high schools or in colleges. And even we've got the same people running labs in our universities. So there is quite a range of jobs for those who are coming to do either Bachelor of Technology, Applied Biology, or SLT. And for the diplomas, after you do your 3 years, you can actually go and get jobs as technical staff in research institutions or in academia. Or you can, as I said, you can come back and do your degree program. The other department is Department of Biochemistry and Biotechnology. It is headed by Dr. Peris Amwai, and she is an expert in molecular biology and biochemistry. In biology, and now not this time, during this time of COVID, now you understand about DNA and genetic engineering and all that. This is the program. Those who are coming to do a Bachelor of Technology in Biotechnology. You are the people who will be doing the genetic engineering. You are the people who will be doing value additions to and modification of products, either food, pharmaceuticals, vaccines, and all that. You can hear that they are keeping on varying the vaccines. You are the people who will be working this. You also have heard about GMOs. You are the people who will be working with GMOs, and you are really marketable in drug development, in food addition industries, value addition industries, in agriculture, like places like Carlo. So you will be marketable and you'll be useful in these places. These are the places where you can get your jobs. And then there's biochemistry. Those of you who are coming to do a degree in biochemistry, after you complete this degree, biochemistry is really the chemistry of biological systems, and you'll be able to get jobs in pharmaceutical companies, in biomedical research, and again in industries dealing which want the input of biochemistry, and even in forensic science. There are those who are coming to do diplomas in biotechnology. Again, you will do after your 3 years. You can join the degree program and get your degree, or you can go and work in industry as technical staff. The same with people who are doing biochemistry. Then we have a Department of Food Science and Technology headed by Dr. Masemwaniki. This is the department which deals with the science of food. It's not just now the eating, but it's like what makes ugali cook. And you once you complete your degree program or your diploma program, you'll be able to work with any food and beef related industry, Coca-Cola, just name it. And to be KCC, and the good thing is you've got so many dairy companies now, so you're spoiled for choice. You'll be able to work in this company, in value addition, in making new products, in developing new products. And again, those who are coming with your diploma, you can either, after your diploma, your 3 years in diploma, you can either go straight to get your jobs, or you can continue and do your bachelor's. And then we've got a newer department called Department of Ecology Conservation Biology. We have a few students, and we really do want you to come and join us. This is the department which is teaching things about conservation, about wildlife, about ecology, about the environment which we live in. And it offers both bachelor's programs and diploma programs. And once you complete this program, you'll be able to work with institutions like Kenya Wildlife Services, KWS, NEMA, and any organization dealing with ecology and environment, the National Museums of Kenya. Those are the places whereby you'll be able to get your placement. Again, it's a 4-year program. And if you are doing your diploma, after your diploma, you can join and complete your program. And in this university, we believe you can start anywhere and get to the highest point of academic position you want. You can come with a certificate, join the diploma program, do the degree program, do a master's program, do a PhD program, and become a professor like me. So we don't despise your beginnings, and we are very supportive. So I really want especially to encourage those of you who are coming with diplomas, please know you are coming to the right place. And again, know that when it comes to industry, they've got something about the TUK diploma. They actually totally believe in it. So you are at an advantage when you're having the diploma. Lectures will be either online or face-to-face. you will be able to discuss with your lecturers and they'll be able to agree with you. But it's important, we are going to make an arrangement. So when you come on 4th, you need to be able to go to your department. So when you come, your 4th and 5th, you'll be able to go to your department. You'll be able to meet with your lecturers, all of them. You'll be able to meet with the, we now don't call them chairs of department, we call them the academic team leaders, the ones I mentioned, and you'll be able to get to know the university. And then the lecturers will help you will lead you on whether they are going to teach you face-to-face or virtually. But all our cuts are the tests we normally do. All our tests and examination are done face-to-face. We like to see you writing, but all our practicals are face-to-face. And so you're welcome, and it's going to be easy. I'm so happy. Well, COVID is bad, but I think it's utilizing one of your strengths. You like you like using your phones, you like using your laptops. So really, I think COVID hastened on the good side. They hastened your use of these tools when you are studying. So I know for many of you, you not have challenges. And also, if you've got challenges, you can come to the university and you can be assisted. There's free Wi-Fi, and so you don't have to struggle if you're not able to get what you need from outside. What are the exceptional qualities of our school? We have got excellence in academia. We teach, and we teach you well. And many of us have taught in various universities because we are a younger university. And you are getting the best of the best when it comes to academia. We are also excellent with hands-on. And hands-on expertise is really what is going to make Kenya a technological country. Remember, you are coming to a technical university, and you should not just read the theory. You read the theory and you go to the lab and practice. And when you come, in our school, we have got manuals for lab work. And for every term, there's one manual which you buy, and it covers all the practicals for that term. And you buy it, we normally make it in-house, so it will be very cheap. But they are very nice manuals, and I normally tell my students, these are manuals you can use at the end of your course when you are going for interviews and showcase your expertise, the practicals you're able to handle. I've taught in several universities in this country, and to be sincere with you, Technical University of Kenya, and especially biology, gives the highest number of practicals per any unit. We give 6 practicals, and University of Nairobi will give between 1 to 3. And I know not how many times you like to benchmark the University of Nairobi. So we've beaten them when it comes to the practical aspect because you are a technical university. And we also go to industry. Whether you are either doing your diploma or your bachelor's, at the end of the program, you are going to industry to have a hands-on feel, a real experience with what industry expects. And I just want to tell you one thing, because we always get reports from where we attach our students. Normally, when you come from TUK, and especially from our programs in biology, many times when you go to industry, you are made to be in charge of other students from other universities, or you are made in charge of the lab. Because tunawatoa mkiwa mmeiva, we release you to the world when you are really ready to be released. And this will give you an experience. Most of our students actually get jobs when they go for industrial attachment in their, just as their final experience. So this is critical. And also in your final year, the 3rd year, 4th year, you do a project. And for those of you who like research, this is a beginning of innovation, because you have to produce work which has never been done before in the world. So this is a good start. You do a project, you are taught, half of the year you are taught how to do the project, then you are allowed to do the project, and the project is marked. And each of our functional labs, Department of Applied and Technical Biology, Department of Biochemistry and Biotechnology, and Department of Food Science and Technology have research labs, clubs. So please, when you come, join these clubs. These clubs are going to help you to start innovating right from first year. So please join these clubs, and we always have a workshop once in a year where we showcase and we share what we've come up with. So please join this. Yesterday I was doing a recommendation letter for one of our students who, because of the kind of research she did, she got a PhD, a master's position in the US. And yesterday she requested me to do another letter because the cancer research body in the state she's in want to give her scholarship. So this is the kind of products we churn out of the school. We also have got postgraduate programs. I know some of you do not want to stop at your bachelor's degree. You want to do your master's, and you also want to do your PhD. We've got various programs already. We've got 3 master's programs which are running in MSc in applied parasitology, MSc in MTech in applied parasitology, BSc in forensic science, and we already have 5 more curricula which are going to Senate. We have got a master's in immunology, a master's in biotechnology, a master's in biochemistry, now pure, which are already going. So by the time you finish your 4 years, you will again be spoiled for choices in the master's program you choose. And we have got PhD programs in any field of biology, name it. Parasitology, immunology, biochemistry, bioinformatics, molecular biology, any field. If you want to do your PhD, you've got all this. And at this juncture, if there are any master students who are joining us on this, we really want to sincerely welcome you. And when we were making your master's curriculum, and as I said, many of us are taught in other universities, we made we made the best of the curricula you could ever get. Actually, if you're doing a master's program, if it's a master in science, by the time you leave the university, you not leave us with a master's degree, but you also leave with a certificate in research in biological sciences. So a research certificate, and also you get a diploma in research. If you are doing an MTech, a master's in technology, you are going to leave with a diploma and also your master's. So we've worked on these programs. And also before I joined TUK, I was working in research. So that has also helped us to really ensure that our master's programs are really excellent. So if you are interested, the diploma is not the end, there's a bachelor's. The bachelor's is not the end, there's a master's. The master's is not the end, there's a PhD. And the sky is the limit. Then, do we support you when you come? You are not your own. When you come, you'll be asked to choose class reps. Please choose them very sensibly. We normally have a meeting with class reps in the middle of the term. And usually the director meets with the class reps alone, and the class reps have got free space to tell the director any issues. If you've got issues with the with lecturers, this is the time to report. If you've got issues with the institution, this is the time to tell the director. So class reps will be meeting with you regularly because we want your stay in TUK to be smooth. We also have class advisors. Class advisors are lecturers. For each class has got a lecturer who is in charge of your class. Apart from listening to your academic issues, they are willing to listen to other issues. If you've got an issue which you want to share, these are your parents. So you'll have parents in TUK, and you'll be able to get their numbers, and they normally meet with you twice in class, but you can always meet with them whenever you want to meet them. So please get to know your class reps, and please get to know your class advisors and get the mobile numbers of your class advisors, so that when you've got issues, like some, usually many times when before the first years get used to our online system, they've got issues. These are the people you need to tell, so that you will not spend 3 weeks, 4 weeks without attending class. So get the number of your class rep, get your number of your class advisor. And then I'm going to tell you the rooms where your academic team leaders, the ones who lead your departments, are. For those who are coming in the Department of Applied and Technical Biology, that is those who are taking bachelor's or diplomas in applied biology and bachelor or diplomas in science laboratory practice technology, your ATL is in N303. N303. For those who are in the Department of Biochemistry and Biotechnology, your academic team leader, academic leader is in N310. For those who are coming in the Department of Ecology and Conservation Biology, your academic team leader is in N308. N is the first block on the right when you enter the gate of TUK, opposite railways. For those who are doing courses in food science and technology, your ATO is in F2. It's next to the library. So when you come to the library, that is where you go to. And my office, the office of director, is in N119. So what are the things you need to keep away from? You need to keep away from what we call exam malpractices. I know in some schools, students copy, even with all the Matiangi and all that, students have ways of sneaking in answers. And normally, by the way, in the university, we find this vice very easy, because, when you come to the university, nobody is going to be monitoring you. Nobody is going to supervising you. Mom and dad will be home, and there will be no class prefects. And, you'll be on your own. And it's very easy for students to spend all their times enjoying the Nairobi environs and forget to read. And that is what makes students realize before they know it. And especially the term goes very quickly. Before you know it, 10 weeks are over and exams are ready. And so because you want to pass, you try malpractice. If you do that, then you'll have to stay 2 years of school. Then keep away from bad company. You came alone, and you are going to you leave this university alone. Choose your friends well. More often than not, life friends are developed. Life friendships are developed in the university. My best friend was my college friend. And when I've got an issue, my husband tells me, you can tell her anything. Even you can report me to her. Please develop good relationships which are going to be supportive to you throughout your time in TUK. Do not choose wrong friends. Don't waste time. Don't use liberty to destroy yourself. Use the liberty you have to build yourself up and to work. Many students do not know that we normally accumulate all the results from first year to fourth year. and then give you your degree. And usually first classes are very important when you are looking for jobs. So if you want a first class, start working from first year. Let me tell you some of the contributions to TUK, which your school have made to the Technical University of Kenya. We do cut high level of research, and we publish very highly. So we are very strong. Actually, we are one of the strongest schools when it comes to research in this university. We are working on innovations in drugs, especially using plants, what we call herbal extracts. And like for me, my main diseases which I'm working right now with is bilharzia, what is called schistosomiasis and malaria. We are also involved in vaccine development. We are also involved in vector control, controlling things like mosquitoes, controlling things like snails which spread bilharzia. So when you come here, I told you during your 4th year you are going to do projects. These are the areas and these are the lecturers who will be able to give you projects which actually are on the real science which is happening currently. So we welcome you to School of Biology. We are there. You can come to my office. Of course, you find the secretary and she'll ask you what you want, but normally we are open, and we are open to take care of you, right from the people who are sitting, the administrators who are sitting at the front desk, to everyone else. We are here for you, and we are employed to help you. So karibu sana. I quickly want to address some of the questions which have come up. What kind of jobs can I get after doing a degree in food science? As I told you, think of dairy industries, KCC and the likes, the Tuzos and all that. Think of the beverages. I don't want to tell you to go to breweries, but some of you will end up there. And all this, the beer producing things and all the soda producing, you are spoiled for choices. Is there a medical aspect in field of biotechnology? Yes, medical in the issue of the fact that vaccine development is a biotechnology issue. Drug development is a biotechnology issue. And don't worry, they will teach you everything which you need when you come to do your degree. Oh, what do I need to do to qualify for a master's in biochemistry? You need to either get a first class, and that's why I said you have to start working from first year, or an upper second class honors. If you got that, you have to. If you get a pass, we will not allow you to do any masters. If you get an upper lower, we will allow you to go and work in a biochemistry related institution, and after 2 years we will consider. So please, if you ever want to move up, don't aim for a pass, aim for a first class. And if you can't get a first class, you will definitely get a second class honors. Thank you very much. Karibuni sana. Feel at home. We love you and we'll be praying for you. Asanteni sana. Thank you. Thank you.
Is readily available and makes it easier for people who have ulterior motives to make weapons using readily available chemicals. Now, some of these chemicals can easily be purchased off websites, in stores, and putting them together, the information is available. Therefore, the worry on chemical security increases as more information is available and as access of the materials is also available. So chemicals of concern, these are chemicals that are considered to be toxic, flammable, reactive, or valuable, and they present a safety or a security hazard. Now, a hazard is something that has the potential to cause harm. Now, dual-use chemicals, on the other hand, these are chemicals that have both good use and bad uses. They could also be equipment in the labs, and we'd call this dual-use equipment, or they could also be human beings, and we would call this dual-use expertise or persons. These are people who can either choose to do good or do bad. An example is the inductively coupled plasma mass spectrometer, which is good in testing presence of certain elements. However, the same equipment can be used to enrich uranium. The ICP-MS is a good equipment in analytical chemistry, but at the same time can be used to concentrate uranium. Our focus, though, will be on dual-use chemicals. So chemicals, in terms of security, can be targeted by people in terms of theft or sabotage. So chemical thefts are also well documented, and particularly dual-use chemicals should cause a lot of concern in terms of security. Now, for theft, benign materials such as ammonium nitrate or chlorine or even pesticides, which are known to be precursors to some weapons, should be taken more seriously. Now, sabotage is also well known, and this could be due to economic reasons. One individual would like to sabotage the operation of a given chemical plant, and therefore chemical security becomes very important, that we protect our chemicals, our plants, from sabotage. So what are the threats to chemical security? The threats lead us to vulnerabilities or weaknesses. Some of the threats to chemical security include unlimited access to facilities. If access to a facility or a lab is not well monitored or controlled, this would be a threat to chemical security. Expertise, increase in expertise in use of chemicals and information is also a big threat to chemical security. And if the users of chemicals do not put measures to properly secure the chemicals, these chemicals could be accessed by persons with ulterior motives to actually cause harm to the rest of the population. Other threats include shipping. During transit, chemicals are normally at the highest risk. Measures should be put in place during movement of chemicals from one place to another so that the best protection is provided. Controls and documentation is also very important. If information about chemicals is not well stored or documented, this could be a loophole for which persons with ulterior motives could actually get their hands on the chemicals and cause harm to the populations. So generally, there are good practices for both chemical.
Okay. Oh, good afternoon. Oh, my name is Professor Thomas Onyango. I'm a professor of mathematics and director, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science. And I would like first and foremost to congratulate you for having made it this far. It is not easy. And also alert you that the journey has just begun. Secondly, I would like to welcome you to the School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science. School of Mathematics, where my office is based in Block C, room number 22, which I encourage you to attend when you have time and also when you report and forth. I would like to give you a brief on this orientation. I know we shall be meeting later on when you report. First, I'll start to give you a small introduction on our school. And secondly, also inform you about the departments that we have in the school, the programs that we offer, the career opportunities that are there for you, and maybe a concluding remarks. Then thereafter, if there is concerns, I will be ready to address.
Now, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science promotes application of maths, and in maths we mean generally mathematics, statistics, and actuarial science in solving practical problems and advancements of mathematics through pedagogy, that is teaching, research, and project. The school provides very flexible programs which challenge intellect, cater for intensity of the rigor of the course, and diversity plus complementarity with other courses that you will be taking along the way. The school also has a dedicated staff of 44 in number. Those are academic staff. And actually, by number, I can say that we are the largest in the university, with 6 administrative staff who are working, and also other working colleagues in other departments to help us run these programs. Now, our school has a responsibility, and this responsibility is dissemination of mathematics literacy. And it is not only to our school, but to the whole of the university, the entire 15,000 population of the university. That can tell you exactly why our number is very huge and exactly why we are a technical university. Everybody has to do mathematics for that purpose. Now, in our school, we conduct workshops, seminars, and by the way, we are the only school of mathematics in the whole of this republic who offer industrial-based learning to mathematics students. Where mathematics, I mean mathematics, statistics, and actuarial sciences students. And this gives them an enabling environment where they connect with the needs of the industry. They're able to connect with the needs of the industry. Now, what does school do? It fosters creativity in you as a person, self-discipline, self-reliance, and scholarship when emphasizing technology use in problem solving through mentorship. Basically, that is our core agenda for you when you join us. We shall be conducting our courses in blended form, whereby we shall be giving you room to have a face-to-face class and also an online class. We also have clubs which are formed by students themselves, and they also do arrange events like workshops for themselves, like in data science. Last year we had a very informative workshop on data science with experts from the industry, and I think I really learned that the students really appreciated that particular effort. Now, secondly, what are the departments that are in this School of Mathematics and Actuarial Science? We have 4 departments. One of the departments is the Department of Pure and Applied Mathematics, which we normally abbreviate DPAM. It's headed by Dr. Bernard Obiero, who is a PhD holder in algebraic geometry. His office in room C21-1. There is an email which you can be able to contact him, which we shall provide you with when you arrive. So be free to be contacting the academic team leader in matters related to your academic stay in the university. Now, the program that this particular department offers include Bachelor of Science in Mathematics, which is also having an element of pure and applied, but you are either taking an option of pure if there is a percentage of number of pure units that you have taken, and also there's applied option depending on the number of the strength that you have in applied mathematics. Besides that, there are postgraduate courses like Master of Science in Pure Mathematics and Master of Science in Applied Mathematics, not forgetting PhD degree in Pure and also PhD in Applied Mathematics. The next department that we have is Department of Statistics and Computational Mathematics, which is the abbreviated DSCM. The team leader is Professor Levi Mbugwa, who is having a PhD in applied statistics. He is also officed in Block C, room 21-2. The courses offered in this department include Diploma in Technology in Applied Statistics, Bachelor of Technology in Applied Statistics, Masters in Mathematical Statistics, Masters in Applied Statistics, and PhD degree in Applied Statistics. The department also has a responsibility of teaching mathematics to students in social and liberal sciences and other related disciplines. That is in the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. The other department that we have is the Department of Financial and Actuarial Mathematics, which is also headed by Dr. Pius Kihara, who is a PhD holder in Applied Statistics. He is officed in C22/2, and the courses that they offer in this department are program in Diploma in Technology in Actuarial Science, and there is Bachelor of Science in Actuarial Science, which has already been approved by the university, but is yet to be accredited by Q. So we are very hopeful that soon it will take shape and we shall be offering it. The department, in conjunction with the Department of Business Administration in FSST, that is Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, prepare graduates in the area of business, insurance, and actuarial science. Lastly, the Department of Industrial Engineering Mathematics, which is headed by Dr. Grace Gashigwa, who is a PhD holder in applied maths, and she is housed in C22/3. The mandate of this particular department majorly is to be able to help students apply techniques of computing and modeling in the industry, engineering, business, and science. So with that kind of a mandate, they are required to teach for us in the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. And that is where they teach, and they have a very big task of ensuring that the mathematics that you do is completely useful in the engineering course. And besides that, they're also developing their own programs, and some of the programs that they have at least come up with are Bachelor of Science in Industrial Mathematics and Bachelor of Science in Financial Mathematics. These ones are proposed. They are not yet on offer because they are not yet been approved by Senate, but they're in pipeline. Now, thirdly, I would like to give you a small description of the programs, these particular programs you have mentioned, especially the ones that are on offer. Number one, Bachelor of Science in Mathematics. Now, students in this particular program earns at the end of their stay a Bachelor of Science degree in mathematics. And the specialization that they earn, as I said earlier, is they are either specialized in pure or applied maths. Now, this program treats the discipline of mathematics in a broader sense and also in general sense by covering the discipline itself and its applications. So what you will simply be able to see is that there is a lot of input in terms of rigor in the course, and also a lot of input in terms of you knowing what is going on in the industry in terms of applications. Now, what is pure mathematics, you might so ask? This is a maths that deals with abstraction and analysis. They tend mostly to be able to help students construct theories that support or that give evidence of a solution to a problem in real life. This is basically for advancements of the subject itself, and also to be able to give proofs of existence of those particular solutions that you're dealing with. And these proofs should be in the subject and also in the technology, because in technology, there is one term that is always used, refers to as garbage in, garbage out. So when you feed the computer with the garbage, you always get garbage. But how do you know that garbage has come out of this? Or how do you know that the results that you have are dependable? The persons who are going to be able to help us do this are people who are in the area of pure mathematics. Now, the other area is, that is the option is applied mathematics. This is normally concerned with applications in the solving solutions of practical nature, problems of practical nature. And it eases the cost of doing experiments because we do them virtually through computation. And instead of an industry which is developing, for example, drugs, doing rigorous experiments which can easily help make them incur huge costs, mathematics can easily, or applied mathematics can ease that particular cost for them. So it does not mean that if you're doing pure mathematics, then you are not ingrained in, applied mathematics doesn't mean that you're ingrained, not ingrained in pure mathematics. You also have the two aspects, though with the different degree. The other program that I'd like to talk about is Bachelor of Technology in Applied Statistics. Applied Statistics is a professional course, by the way. And it's a discipline which provides a theoretical background, techniques, and algorithms for solving real-life problems that involve data. So these statistical algorithms are necessary for various statistical techniques, for fitting statistical softwares, and also developing these statistical softwares so that they can be used for decision-making in business and also some other processes in the industry. So statistics taught in undergraduate programs in the department, fundamentally, a major role is to help students fulfill requirement in both core and the academic discipline. You need to be really firm in this particular area. So we provide you with information that will help you be well-founded in the area of statistics. And the program also encourages development of students in computation. And this is normally very vital because, as you know, the world now is digitally savvy. You should be able to ensure that you know how to use the tools that are current in our world, both of science, social sciences, and also in other areas like in engineering. Statistics also, be aware, exists in engineering, a lot of it in fact. Then postgraduate degree in these particular levels of study will normally entail exhausting applications as well as principles of statistics, so that they can now engage in solution for very complex problems that involve huge data. As you're aware, if you can even Google, you'll come to know exactly what huge data really means. The world at the moment receives information in terms of millions of terabytes in a second. So if these millions of terabytes we're receiving in a second, for example, through phones, if you want to sieve them out and come out with the correct information that you're looking for, know that you must be able to use principles of statistics. So for that, we require you to be a little advanced in the area of statistics to solve these intricate problems that you're having. Thirdly, the Diploma in Technology in Applied Statistics. This course is designed to produce practical hands-on persons in statistical processing or statistical data processing. And with that, you must be having a cutting-edge computing skill. So we tend to train you so that you have this cutting-edge computational skill, at the same time statistical know-how, which can help you to be able to navigate the information that you're given and be able to process it for a value to be arrived at. Now, these particular programs also give you an avenue of scaling up to bachelor's degree. And this one is Bachelor of Technology in Applied Statistics. If you have done this, be aware that you can be able to scale up to bachelor's, to master's, even to PhD, and become an academician. Now, the graduates in these particular programs are also expected to carry out research through projects where they are applying statistical data analysis to problems in various sectors. So we don't necessarily prepare you for one sector of the economy. We prepare you for research institutes, education, business, industry, finance, services, medicine, information technology, non-governmental organizations. You're able to process this data. And by the way, it is very, very important to know that statistics being a profession, you should also be able to create employment whenever you are able to do this degree or do this diploma and pass. So you should be able to open up consultancies in statistical data analysis. So it is a very vital program to us, and it is very, very useful, as you will realize when you join us. The last program that we are offering is Diploma in Technology in Actuarial Science. And this particular program prepares students for a career in to be actuarial professionals. And actuarial science is concerned with construction of these particular models of solutions for financial, business, and societal problems that involves uncertainty, where you don't know exactly what will result in maybe the next day or in the next year, but you like to make a forecast so that your business decision is sound. That is what actuarial scientists are meant to do. So we normally have very few of them in the country, and actually, by the way, we are the only university in the whole of this country who are offering diploma in actuarial science. So you find that all students who are interested in this normally run to TUK to be able to do this, because first of all, you get employment in large insurance firms, and also to assess risks that are underlying or which are there to happen in future. Now, lastly, what I want to address to you is what are the career prospects in this? I've touched them a bit as I was moving along, but you might want to know exactly where are our graduates going to. Now, the current trend in the global economy is that the globe has become sort of a village, and information is very key in this. So with this, you need to have a lot of innovation, and also increasingly depend on scientific information and also scientific research. So to be able to arrive at this, be aware that mathematics is in the front line of solving this kind of problems. And mathematics, when I talk about mathematics, I'm talking about all these three areas that I have touched on. So maths play a fundamental role in efficient development of novel tools and technologies which are essential for our aging society. For our aging societies, combined with growing world population and resources constrained and atrocities. So for us to be able to play a fundamental role to develop efficient novel products and technologies that can serve this aging society, we need a combination of so many things, and more so science. And by extent, to be more particular, you need mathematics to be able to navigate. So mathematics unequally to related areas provide tools which enable us to navigate, understand, and reduce complexity in problem solving. This leads to reliable predictions, because in this world you need to be able to predict what will happen in future, to optimize, to make sure that you are able to utilize little resources and get maximum results, and also to provide controls where there are checks and balances. And these are areas that are all over in the sectors of the economy. So it is very important to know that these drivers are what made us be able to associate these particular programs with the development in the economy. So we need to have an account to be able to give you exactly what does a Bachelor of Mathematics lead you to when you get employed. Where could you be able to where could you be employed, first of all? Mathematics will make you be employed in almost all sectors. Mathematicians are everywhere, if you can be able to take that to the bank. If you go to the universities, they're there. If you go to the hospitals, they're there. If you go to meteorological stations, they're there. Research institutes like KEFRI and all the places, you'll find mathematicians there, because they normally give inexpensive virtual experiments for these particular institutions through simulations, definitely. And this will, at the end of it, help in minimizing costs. So what I've said there is that maths is in all sciences that you see as appreciating. It is in engineering that you see as appreciating. But for the engineering and sciences to be alive, the drivers, the key drivers must be mathematics. If you go to politics, you talk about numbers, all those, you'll find politicians trying to involve mathematicians in trying to give them analysis. Social sciences, environment, economics, and so many other phenomena that we are experiencing in the world require mathematics. So they will definitely, when they are working in these sectors, help in drug manufacturing, providing security, development of high-performance materials, in communications, protection of sensitive ecosystems that you're having, and so many others. And with that, some of our graduates have secured jobs in banking sector. We have about 3 graduates who have secured jobs in World Bank, in the universities. And by the way, if you get a first-class honors, the only thing that remains for you is to be able to propagate mathematics knowledge by becoming scholarly. So research institutes and all that. For us here in the university, we have absorbed so many of our first-class honors graduates, and some of them are doing PhDs outside. One of them is leaving this particular month to go for PhD in Turkey. So definitely it gives you a career in academics. Then Bachelor of Technology in Applied Statistics. This particular course, normally, as you have known, is that they deal with data as a core, and therefore any area that, or any area of the economy that require data analysis, these are the best persons to be able to do that for them. This is because they are normally having a lot of theoretical basis in statistics that any other persons in the other programs cannot have in statistics. So they must be relied on in providing this. So some of the areas that our graduates have gotten employment include Kenya National Statistics Bureau, government departments, KEMRI, and also postgraduate scholarships, and also university. The third one is diploma in technology in applied statistics. Now, this particular area involves application of statistics, also in business, economics, engineering, and natural sciences, and social sciences. So graduates of this particular program, because it is a general degree, remember, they are required to provide a detailed research to be able to help institution come up with valid information that is dependable. So they provide these persons with the data analysis skills for problem solving in our economy. So you'll find them in the area of education, business, industry, finance services, medicine, information technology, environment, agriculture, and so many others. And as I mentioned earlier, this being a professional course, you should be able to open up also a consultancy of your own and help people understand data. So many areas of consultancy are also an opportunity for you. Then diploma in technology and actuarial science, as we had said earlier, is also a business professional degree or the diploma, and it quantifies its financial risks. And mostly the areas which have got a lot of financial risks are a banking sector, when they would like to be able to check on mortality before they give you a loan, insurance industry, computations of employees' benefits, even retirement, to be able to determine when does a person become ineffective in an institution. So employees' benefits come in handy, pensions and management of consulting industries. They play so many roles in these areas. And you'll be able to find them in insurance, healthcare cost, impacts, areas that involves analysis of impacts on AIDS. And lately, even COVID is a very big issue. To be able to note the impact of COVID, it's important you be able to do such a course like actuarial science. So basically, that is all what I can say about the programs, and be aware that when you come, we shall still engage you in the departments to help us arrive at this understanding. Now, in conclusion, my parting shot is that our programs are very wide in scope. They are very robust compared to many others. They prepare students to be focused, innovative, and technologically savvy, generally enabling students to perform optimally, pursue science even itself as a career, and positively contribute in job creation, understanding critical issues that are in the society and providing solutions, and also to these particular societal challenges that we have and needs. Equally, and most importantly, there's one thing that you got to have if at all you would like yourself to be useful in a society. This is soft skills. You as students who are joining us, we normally insist that you try to develop soft skills of honesty and all that. These ones will make you dependable and sought. I got a video clip the other day here, which told us that jobs are there, but the doers are not there. This is very true statement, because if somebody has money to invest and find that the people who are supposed to help in this particular investment are dishonest, this person is better off having the money in the pocket. So I would like to encourage you to ensure that you develop necessary soft skills that will make you marketable outside here upon completion of your course. For me now is to again welcome you to the school, and I know you are going to meet our lecturers. This time when you come after 4th, we shall create for you time. Your timetable for learning is there. All lecturers have been assigned, and therefore we are ready as a school to take off immediately. The class tutors for your classes have also been assigned the role of trying to guide you from the beginning, from inception. So when you come, we shall introduce you to this particular person. Once again, congratulations for having made this particular noble achievement. And be aware, my underlining parting shot is that the journey has begun. Make use of Technical University and gain immensely. Now, there is a concern that I've gotten from one of you, saying that can a diploma student score a first class? No, normally, we rank diploma students with the distinctions, credit upper, credit lower, and pass. So a distinction is almost is equivalent to a first class. So I think that's what I can say. When you graduate, you can be able to get a distinction, which is scoring an average of above 70 or equal to 70%. So thank you once more for listening, and God bless you.
Chemicals. These are chemicals that are known to cause harm to humans, and we do this by either replacing these hazardous chemicals by chemicals that are more benign. We can also minimize the hazardous chemicals by reducing the scale of experiments. So instead of using large volumes of chemicals for experiments, we can scale down the volumes and still achieve the same results. The second good practice is to minimize or restrict access to hazardous chemicals. Knowing the chemicals we have, knowing how we store, handle, and even dispose the chemicals, and also knowing who has access to these chemicals, what kind of knowledge and expertise do we have who can actually access these chemicals. The third good practice for both chemical safety and security is planning what to do when an incident occurs. Thank you very much. I hope now it is clear what chemical safety.
All right, thank you very much. Now that we have had presentations from 6 schools, School of Biological Sciences, School of Chemistry and Material Science, School of Computing and Information Science, School of Health and Biomedical Sciences, School of Mathematics and Actuarial Sciences, and School of Physics and Art Sciences. In my introductory remarks, I indicated to you that we have, in the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, we have 6 schools and 2 centers. We didn't have presentation from the 2 centers, but just allow me to make a few remarks about the 2 centers and then we conclude. We have a Center for Integrated Water and Resource Management. That is, the director there is called Professor Luke Olang. We also have a Center for Planetary and Earth Sciences. and the director there is Professor Chatanti Patel. I'll say something briefly about the two centers. The Center for Integrated Water Resource Management facilitates interdisciplinary research, technology development, and innovation in water and related resources within the university. And its main focus is in 4 areas. 1, water governance and sustainability, appropriate water resource technologies, water quality management and monitoring, water resource planning and management. The Center for Earth Systems and Space Sciences is also focused in interdisciplinary research in the area of physics and earth sciences and astronomy, with focus areas as follows: earth and planetary sciences, astronomy and space sciences, environmental and atmospheric sciences, satellite system and applications. So this brings us to the end of the presentations from the Faculty of Applied Science and Technology, and on behalf of the entire faculty, I welcome you. We see you when you report to the university in person. Thank you very much. Asante.
Using chemicals. The 2 approaches where safety, we try to protect the user from unintentional use, and the second approach, which is trying to protect our chemicals from being accessed by threats or persons who want to use the chemicals for ulterior motives.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. So you come and search for the Technical University of Kenya. Click on this first link to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. Then click on the students portal link just above in the green here. Then click on login. Then input your registration number as your username and your national ID number as your password. Then log into the portal. As you can see now, after opening the portal, the email address is displayed in green and the password is just below it. For those whose account does not display the institution email address, send a request for creation to ictsupport@student.tukenya.ac.ke for the email creation, and please ensure you include your registration number and full names. Thank you.
For East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people, who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with. And they can also now give their perspective on how to approach trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to access the e-learning platform of the Technical University of Kenya as a student using your Android phone and the institutional assigned email. First and foremost, you will need to download a web browser called Firefox from the Android Play Store. So we'll proceed and download that. Android Play Store, look for Firefox. Install it. It will take some time, so let's just be a bit patient. There we are. We'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The simplest way would be through the Technical University of Kenya website. So we'll go and open Firefox. Then proceed to the Technical University of Kenya website. University of Kenya. Click on the first link. It will then display the Technical University of Kenya website. Here, we'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The link is at the top green part of the website. written e-learning portal. So we'll proceed by tapping on it. And here we are at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. So as a student, you'll be required to log in using the link provided there. That is a student login link. You tap on it. You then load you where you're supposed to input your email address, the one that has been assigned by the Technical University of Kenya. So you input your email. You then go ahead and put in your password. If you are a first-time login, you'll definitely have to just accept this. Remember, these terms will only appear when you are doing the very first login. Subsequent login, you won't have to go through this. And here you are. You'll have now logged in at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. Thank you.
Tux Calvin Odhiambo gave them the lead in the 53rd minute before Emmanuel Ateti doubled in the 63rd minute of a fearless contested final. Eddie Kurio pulled one back for Jericho All-Stars, but the SportPesa Premier League top scorer Joania Oyuga sealed the victory for 3 minutes from time. The winners will take home 500,000 shillings as prize money, while the runner-up will pocket 250,000 shillings for their efforts.
I'll start by explaining from a personal perspective as an educator, a higher education music educator, that the opportunity to work not only with another university, another institution that is offering academic training, but also to work with partners in the industry, that was fantastic because it opened our eyes to the various other skills that we should be training for. The skills that are needed in the industry that graduates of a music program can actually fill. So that helped us to expand our program, our curriculum offerings. Then for the students, they got to learn that the industry is more than the traditional teaching and performing that they have done. So they got to learn that within that industry, there are other roles. There are managerial roles, there are organizational roles, there are arts administration roles that they didn't know that as music students they could fulfill. The partnership also ensured that in our curriculum in the universities, we embed elements of actual industry-based learning. Now, in my university, that was ongoing, but I think it was more for the engineering courses. And now it is much more strongly embedded for the arts, especially the performing arts. Another thing that I really got to appreciate, one of the strong outcomes, is the networking that the students themselves did, the participants in the projects. When they went to the festivals, when they went to the other universities, they made friends. They made friends with people not who were doing exactly what they did, but people who were doing things that are different from what they did, but which reciprocated their activities. They were able to see the industry as a big ball, and their role in making sure that this ball keeps bouncing. And I thought those are some of the very key achievements that I was able to reap from the program.
here to join Habitat for Humanity Kenya in reflecting on the 34 years of their existence, and just for them to share with us their new strategic plan.
Habitat for Humanity Kenya is now marking 34 years, still existing and growing stronger day by day. During this period, Habitat for Humanity Kenya has reached over 20,000 families through facilitating the building of homes, access to microfinance, market development, and volunteer engagement. We are now widening our scope to include expanded service delivery, community development and support, advocacy, and affordable housing solutions. At Habitat for Humanity Kenya, we empower through shelter. And together with our international partner, Habitat for Humanity International, our shared vision is a world where everyone has a decent place to live.
Issues of shelter are very crucial to me. It's one of the things that I feel that Africa has totally left behind. There must be a cut line below which there is no dignity in existence. And in Africa, we are too accepting of that cut line. The majority live below that cut line, where they don't have decent housing, sanitation, water, the very basics. I read up on what Habitat for Humanity is doing, and truly it is humanity. But it's a humanity that should be part and parcel of every single one of us.
We in Habitat for Humanity Kenya believe in this, that housing and human dignity are one and the same thing. Housing means security for the individual, for the household, and for the society. In the words of Hassan Fadi, housing is the greatest investment a household can make. Housing development and production is an empowering process. Please note that. And housing for all is achievable. Those 5 statements, in a way, drive our philosophy. And these are embodied in the Habitat for Humanity International strategic thrust for the next 5 years.
Where are we going? We are going to eliminate corruption and make sure the future is not for a few, but for all our children. We are going to build our neighborhood and strengthen our communities so no one can say, we are one if you live in Runda, and you are one if you live in Huruma. We are going to have Omondi and Karaoke make bricks. We are going to have Mama Kibet and Mama Ahmed fetch water to build Nyongesa's house in this house of Kenya. We are going to learn to be our brother's keeper. So when God asks Cain, Cain, where is Abel? We're going to say, he is in his house, and he is well.
So Val and I are sort of on a road trip to the various national organizations, but Kenya is really as a growth country, it has been sort of the top of the list of, even the lawyers are allowed to get to know the strategy, even the lawyers are allowed to get to meet the people. Usually when lawyers visit, it's something bad is happening, and instead what happened here was that I became very, very touched and impressed by, number one, the grace and compassion of the National Director, Lynette, and the wisdom and the commitment of David, the chair who just spoke. And, you know, we're a partner. We're not an overseer. We're equal partners with Habitat Kenya. So it's a privilege to be able to meet all of you and see the commitment and compassion coming from everyone. So thank you.
When we talk about housing, we're talking about the habitat. So in any community that we go into, we do not only look at the structure, but we're looking at water, we're looking at energy, we're looking at health issues, and we're looking at all that as a package. So we will not go to Dhiwa, for example, and put up a house without constructing a toilet and without having water point, because we know those are very important. And so that is how we do it. And then we have market development, where we are also looking at product development. We're looking at technical assistance, where we are able to work with various groups, but mainly looking at also artisans. So we have, for example, in Mukima, we're working with the polytechnics in Laikipia area, where we are training 30 artisans in each of the 7 polytechnics in Laikipia. We have people on the ground who can actually be able to construct affordable housing and also accessible. Volunteer engagement, that is when we ask you to engage in terms of volunteer. There's hands-on support, which I talked about, builds. There's also professional skills, and then education and research is a big part of our new programming, and also development in housing. So housing now becomes a part of the bigger picture. We are in Bungoma, where we have reached quite a number of families in terms of building homes or houses. We have so far in Bungoma put up 1,016. In Homa Bay, we are there, with, the population there is quite high. We are also in Bita and Asumbi area, that is Homa Bay County. We are also in Baringo. We are in Laikipia, where we're building a school in a place known as Mukima. And then we are also in Meru County, which includes Chuka, Maua, and we've done some work in Machakos and Bomet, and of course Kisii County.
I don't know if my daughter will be dark or light-skinned. I won't choose her mother by her skin color. I'm into deep stuff. Because the sound of our heartbeats together will be louder than the sound of our skin tone. But in case my daughter complains about her being dark, I will tell her not to worry. I am paying school fees for her to be bright. And she won't be my star, no. She will be more than that. She will be my sight. She will make me see the reason why, even with a fat tummy, I should strive and be a role model for her. So I will put my hands in clay and role models for her. I will be Icarus for her. I will fly to the sun for her. She will not see me cry, because I will not let her. I will make sure her eyes stick on my wings. Immediately she notices that I can fly, and I will stick up there until her eyes are off me.
Our 2016 to 2020 growth strategy, I'm sure it will provide an ample opportunity for us to get to know each other and establish channels which will allow us all to serve and address the housing and microfinance needs of the Kenyan community together. Thank you, and God bless you all.
Welcome back. You're watching Monday Special. We'll continue to bring you details of that disturbing developing story of the explosions in Isili. But we're discussing obesity tonight, and of course the link between what we eat and weight gain. And let's take a look at some statistics that have shown that the numbers of the overweight and obese in the country are on the rise, with the prevalence rates currently standing at 13% of the population. That is more than 5 million people. Obesity affects women more than men. 10%. The figures of obesity in rural areas are fast catching up with urban figures, which are at 20%. Childhood obesity is a precursor for adult obesity and ill health. Those are the numbers we have for you on the screen. We'll be explaining why this is the case. And of course, this was according to the 2008-2009 Kenya Demographic Health Survey study that showed 25.1% of women aged between 15 and 49 are overweight or obese. So certainly affects more women than it does men. And being either overweight or obese substantially raises one's risk of suffering. There we have some of the risks outlined for you: hypertension, which we once discussed here on Monday Special, type 2 diabetes, coronary heart disease, stroke. Then we have gallbladder disease, respiratory problems, and various cancers as well, all linked to what we eat and obesity as well. That's a look at some of the statistics. And let's have a look at the set before I introduce you to my panelists. You can see that we have food. And this is the food that especially affects people in terms of overindulging in it. I think we'll come back to that in just a moment. Let's introduce my panelists first. Let's start at my far end, and we have David Otieno Okello. He's currently in imports and exports, supplies and distribution. David's story is one of inspiration. You might have seen him in Slim Possible here on Citizen TV. He has lost over 40 kgs. He'll tell us about his struggle with initial obesity and how he managed to curb it. So we'll be talking to him very shortly. And then next to David, we have Alice Dong, nutrition and dietetic consultant, lecturer at the Technical University of Kenya Department of Nutrition. She'll be giving us what exactly is in the food we eat and how do we need to manage the portions in order to avoid gaining weight, excessive weight, and becoming obese. And then we have Professor Gerald Yonga. He's right next to me. He's an associate professor of medicine and cardiology and chair of Department of Medicine at the Aga Khan University Hospital, Nairobi, since July 2007. So they'll all be talking to us. Hussein Mohammed will be joined in studio later on with two people who are currently struggling with their own weight, and they'll be telling us their stories. Take a look at what's on the table, because this really scared me when Alice Ndong, our nutritionist, brought it in. Alice, maybe I should let you explain what we're looking at on the table. Very quickly explain to us what this is.
Okay, first of all, this is fat. This is how fat looks like in the body, and this is only like 2.3 kilos of fat. All right. So when you add 10 kilos, you add like 4+ of this.
So it's a huge chunk.
It's a huge chunk. If you do a body fat percentage, if you're obviously overweight, then you have a lot of fat.
Okay. And then
we have, this is just how much fat you'll get from about 250 grams of fat.
That's a plate of chips.
A plate of chips. Just a small portion of chips will give you this much fat. If you eat chips every day of the week, and which is usually a problem of people who work in the city center, I find that a lot, then this is how much fat you're taking in a week. Wow. And if you take sodas, about 300 ml of soft drinks every day, this is about how much sugar you're taking every day. And that's if you're taking one, and we know people are addicted, they can take so much soda, or take 1 liter a day or 2 liters a day. So it means they're taking so much sugar, and of course the long-term risk is a problem.
All right.
And my favorite plate here is just a teaching aid. Really.
Okay, which we'll come to a little later. Thank you for explaining that. Professor, let me start with you. Before I ask you what this can do to someone, you know, their heart and their lives, tell us a little bit about the difference between overweight and obesity. A lot of people don't quite understand the difference.
Okay. Yeah, basically the classification is meant to help us the appropriate weight that one can have that is attributable to them. So a weight is usually measured against the height of a person. So if you take somebody's weight and divide by the height in meters squared, we get a measurement called BMI, or body mass index. This is a very good measure and reliable measure for appropriate weight.
And we'll be able to measure that later and show Kenyans. But when is someone overweight? When is someone obese? When is someone underweight? You know, is there a difference between overweight and obese?
Definitely. I know many people have a problem with the word obesity, but it's a technical term. It's not abusive or derogatory. It's actually a technical term which appropriately describes weight. So if you have a body mass index between 19 and 24.9, we say that you have an appropriate weight. This is healthy weight.
Okay.
If it's less than 19, then we say you are underweight. Anything between 25 and 29 is what we refer to as overweight. Anything from 30 onwards is actually referred to as obesity. There are various levels of obesity from 30 all the way to, you know, large numbers like 60. But anything from 30 kilograms per meter squared is referred to as obesity.
So right now, correct me if I'm wrong, and this is really based on the research, obesity appears to be on the rise. Medically, what are the major concerns with someone who actually has obesity, and how concerned should they be about their health?
They should be all the way from overweight. Overweight is the beginning of problems, and the trends, people should worry more about trends early on, because once somebody is obese, the struggle is really difficult, because cutting is much more difficult than putting on.
Okay.
So the trend should be very, very significant. If you have obesity, there are many risks, as you've mentioned, and the risk multiply with time. The risk of developing diabetes, for example, and hypertension is 2 or 3 times more.
Okay, before I come to Alice and David, a few more questions. Why does it affect more women than men?
The obesity has many factors that contribute to it. Many people think that genetics is the problem, but the biggest concern about obesity is actually what we eat and how we move around. So the environmental factors are much more important. Then there are cultural habits that also entrench certain of our problems. There are barriers for women more than men, for example, in doing movements and adhering to eating habits.
All right, we'll come back to that a bit later. David, let's go on to you as well. And I know you've carried like a pair of jeans that you used to wear in the days when you were obese. Maybe you can hold them up for us. And that was you how long ago?
8 months.
Okay, just keep holding them up. So, wow. Wow, when you look at those, what do you think? Do you even believe that you once were that size?
I'm speechless about it, because this is really, really huge. It's about 2.5 meters of material.
Okay.
So I could never get clothes out in the shops to have them custom made, which was really something that I didn't like.
I was reading your story, and you talked about the fact that you know, you've battled with weight since, did you say 2008? Is that correct? And then everyone in your family is big. And then finally, what is it that what was the moment that you realized, I have a problem and I need help?
Well, I was having trouble sleeping, and my breathing was irregular, and I tried several times. I started off with swimming. I gave up because I could not get enough encouragement from my peers. Nobody was there to tell me, hey, you look bad, or you know, everybody was okay. So I was in my comfort zone. But as the breathing problem started, my sleep was not good. And Slim Possible came by, and that's when the real journey started. And this made the journey successful, because I got a chance to understand what my body is and what I need to do about it.
At your worst, how much did you weigh?
At the highest I've gone is 158 kilos.
And now what's your weight?
The lowest I've gone is actually 110, and I vary between 110, 114 to 115.
Do you know what your ideal is supposed to be?
My ideal is supposed to be 78.
Okay.
And although I'm not very optimistic to get there. But I'm still intending to lose more. In the next 6 months. Probably my target is to be 90 to 95 kilos.
And then you hope to then stretch that target to get to your ideal.
Yes.
I should still commend you. Don't be hard on yourself. So far, so good. You've made tremendous progress. Don't lose heart at you saying, I don't know when I'll get there. You never know, and I think you're encouraging a lot of people.
Indeed.
Yeah.
I'm actually helping quite a number of people. I give free advice. I share with them my journey. And there are people in a lot of trouble out there. It's only that they don't want to come out.
All right.
Yeah,
and we'll come to that in just a moment in terms of reaching out. Alice, let's come to you. What do you feel when you look at the way Kenyans eat? Do you feel like there's a problem in the way we eat?
Of course there's a problem. It's like people's lifestyles have changed. You know, our grandparents used to eat a lot of food in the morning. They go farming, they come home, they eat some food maybe at 3, 4, and then they go to sleep. But we don't have the pleasure of eating at 4 o'clock. So you find that people eat different meals at different times. A lot of people skip breakfast and then maybe skip lunch, depending on what your job position is. Then they go home and have a huge dinner. And that huge dinner is going to affect how you sleep. You don't sleep properly. And that's the easiest way of gaining weight. So somebody's wondering, I'm not eating, but my weight is going up because they're eating too much at the wrong time. And then when you don't eat breakfast, you're always tired and fatigued.
Let me interrupt you there. I was talking to some of my colleagues in the newsroom just now, and they said, please make sure you talk to the nutritionist and explain, because what you've just described is what they were saying. Heavy dinner, they don't eat breakfast, but that's essentially sometimes because of the job. You're constantly on the go, you have an early morning assignment. By the time you get home, it's only dinner that you can have. So they're asking, what alternatives can you recommend for them? How can they manage to eat well throughout the day, even when that time isn't really there?
Okay, first of all, it's always good to understand why it is dangerous to skip breakfast and have a large dinner. If you skip breakfast, your brain doesn't have glucose, so it chooses a stress hormone for energy, and that makes you extremely tired and fatigued. Most people will have headaches, and then they keep popping pills. When you eat a lot at night, I said you won't sleep properly, so you're not rested, you're not rejuvenated, you wake up tired. That continues for a while, you get a burnout, obesity, diabetes, high blood pressure, everything goes wrong. So for somebody in news who actually has to, go to different places
and has to always be on the go.
I always tell you, make sure you eat your breakfast like a king. Do not leave the house without breakfast, even if you have to wake up at 3.
They just mentioned, she'll probably say you need to eat breakfast like a king, and that's not consoling us because it's difficult. We have so much more to talk about. I don't know if we can get a shot of the food on the table, if we're able to. I don't know if my director can allow us to get a shot of the food on the table, because this is essentially, and Alice, I stand to be corrected, this is what we take in a lot of. Would you describe this as this is what Kenyans eat?
This is what some people eat, but maybe people need to understand that it's not only this that makes you overweight. You can have your ugali or githeri, but you're eating large portions of it. You're still going to be overweight, and that explains the obesity in the rural area.
Right, yeah.
So this is obviously a problem with maybe high and middle income people who are overweight, but you also know obesity is also found in low income.
Okay.
So apart from, of course, this will make your weight high because you're talking about this much fat, and maybe this much sugar in a meal, not counting the fried chicken and things like that.
We'll come back to more of that. Remember, you can use the hashtag Monday Special KE. Send us your questions. A lot of you already sending questions. Some of you even saying, well, if I'm big, I still consider myself beautiful. And that's something we need to commend a lot of people about. So when does it become a concern? So keep sending them in using the hashtag Monday Special KE. SMSs on 22422 as well. Let's now cross over to Hussein Mohammed to get the stories of 2 people who are struggling with obesity and what they're doing to try and change their lifestyle. Hussein.
Right, Janet, and I don't mean to throw you off balance, but already the debate here with the cameraman is somebody at the end of this bulletin is going to eat that food. I'm not saying it's you. But anyway, to our guests tonight, we have Susan Wanganga on my right and Mohammed Hanif Habib on my left. These are 2 people that are bold enough to come out and say that they're struggling with weight. Susan currently weighs 111 kilograms. Yes. And Mohammed weighs 144 kilograms. Mohammed, of course, is a businessman, motor vehicle spare parts business. And Susan is a business lady, currently on further studies, third year taking a BTech student in institutional hospitality management. I'll start with you. When did it start? When did all this start for you?
I can say I've been struggling with my weight for around 10 years, but now I've been working on it with the help of a nutritionist, and I think the best part of it is that I go on reducing
your weight.
Yeah, because I've been avoiding the fatty foods, I've been avoiding sugary foods. The only habit I've seen that has made me add some weight some few years ago is eating late at night. And daytime I don't eat so much. So I've realized that that has been making me add up my weight. Yes.
Of course, if you're free to talk about this, you said until 10 years ago. Before that, what were you weighing?
Before that, I was weighing around 80 kilograms.
80 kilograms.
Yes.
So what would you attribute that to? Is the kind of foods you were taking and everything that?
Mostly it's because I sleep late, so I tend to eat late. That's what I've noticed. That's what the doctor has been telling me. So I'm working on it now, and I know that if I change completely, he told me I will drop like so seriously.
Mohammed, when did it start for you?
Since young I've been big, but I've always controlled it because in school days played a lot of football, very sporty. But after school, once I started working.
That is after high school?
After high school.
Right.
Slowly 4 kilos, 3 kilos. And then the bed living started coming in.
Right.
No exercising and whatever. And it just gradually went on until I got to 155 kilos. Which was crazy. I mean, mobility became an issue. Everything becomes an issue then. And so many medical problems, all the complications start coming in.
After that?
After that. And after that, consulted Dr. Sonia, the nutritionist, my instructor at the gym, and I've been working, and it's hard work, but I thank God it's coming down. It's not easy, but it is coming down.
Right. When was the crisis moment for you? When did you realize that this is now a big problem?
It was a Sunday, and we overdid it. And I got home, and I felt my chest tightening, I felt my body tightening. And my brother-in-law and my wife flushed me to the doctor, something to do with gas, and, you know, I was really scared. I thought I had a stroke or something coming on. And that moment I decided no. I've got very young children. I've got to sort myself out.
Of course, and you have 2 children?
Yeah, I have 2 children.
Right.
Inshallah, another one expected soon.
Inshallah. Okay, the most difficult part maybe for you with being struggling with weight. What is the most difficult part?
The way guys you
look at you.
Sometimes you can be out.
By guys, you mean everybody?
I mean the public people, wherever, maybe your friends, school. You know, weight is not taken like a nice thing. So sometimes you'll be teased, but you'll feel it's not nice. Someone will tell you, yes, Suzanne, if someone finds you eating anything, they'll say, that's why you are big, you know? So it makes you feel funny every time. Maybe when you're, maybe like when we are out for a drink with friends, or out for lunches or something, then always they'll pick on you and always pick on what you're eating. They'll say, that's why you're big. So it makes you feel out of place, and I don't like it.
Does that affect you as well?
I'll give you an example. Once in Mombasa, sat in a matatu and the guy says, utalipia watu wawili. Now that was not nice.
I'm sorry, I'm laughing.
Severally, there is a bit of discrimination against big people. Yeah, it is there. And it depresses. It does depress big people. I think Susan will agree with me at some point. It does depress us. But I think rather than depress us, that should motivate us to do something about it.
But do you think people should, you know, treat that differently when you talk about how it affects you and how it depresses people? Maybe you can deal with it. Do you think the others who can deal with it? Maybe those who are at a very young age, children in school?
Children in school, yes, they get discriminated. It's hard. And sometimes they just let go and you let it be. And that is the sad part of it. And this is the awareness, and what Citizen is doing today is fantastic. That awareness that some big people or a lot of big people need help. Yeah, need direction. Yeah, show them a direction, how to work with a nutritionist, how to work with a trainer, take professional advice. And losing weight, it took years to put it on.
Yeah.
It's not going to happen, it's not going to be magic. It's going to take hard work and it's going to take time. Yeah? And I think more than losing weight, I think once you start training and you start losing that, you become physically fit, that feeling, that sense of fulfillment is the beginning. And then it's a journey.
Right.
And it's small steps at a time.
Right. What have you done about this? And since when did you start doing something about you struggling with weight?
Oh, it's been like 5 years. Yeah.
What did you do? What did you decide to do?
Okay, I decided to, I was told about this doctor, Dr. Sonia. So I talked to him, I found him, and we talked about it. Then he realized it's because of maybe I didn't know some things, like eating late, eating some foods which without a nice duration of time. Maybe I eat far apart meals. Right. And he showed me how to do it. Instead of eating maybe morning, then you eat in the evening. There is a way you do it.
Right.
Yeah.
And interestingly, I can see at some point you are weighing 140 kilograms.
Yeah, that time I told you.
Right.
Yeah.
Then
there is a time I like gave up.
Oh.
Yeah.
Okay.
Like 7 years ago. Yeah. But then I again started following it. Yeah. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
What about you? 155, you said?
155.
Right. Yeah.
And then I had lost weight previously.
Right.
Up to 30 kilos. And then it just came back as quickly as it went. And there were different diets and whatever. But I realized they were very painful and not the right way to do it. Now, after meeting Dr. Sonia and my instructors at Gym and Tonic, it's been fun now. I'm in this program now. It is fun. The important thing is I'm enjoying it. And on a daily basis, you see the strength that is in the body. Yeah. You start enjoying it and you start feeling nice. And this is what Dr. Sonia said. Don't look at the weight first.
Right.
Start getting that feeling.
Right.
Yeah? And I can see a difference. It's huge.
Right. But thank you. We really thank you for making time for us. Susan Wanga and Mohammed Hanif Habib, two people struggling with weight, but of course they're working to that right now. Janet, like they said, when they feel ridiculed, they get motivated. But of course, some also get depressed.
Yeah, that's true, Hussein. And interestingly enough, when Mohammed made the comment about the Matatu operator saying he's going to pay for 2 people, David was actually like, it's actually good if people get that kind of pressure. It's a wake-up call. I thought that was very interesting. So it's okay to get, not to get ridiculed, but it's okay for that to happen?
Yeah, people need to give us pressure from out there. Because once you're in your comfort zone, you'll feel, okay, I'm just fat. One day, I'll cut down.
Yeah.
But the moment you're teased or something happens to you, you get emotional, and this drives you to want to do something about it. I used to have the same thing, you know, when kids in schools would be like, "Kuya atakukalia utapasuka," and it helped me. When I think about it, now I look different from what I was.
Maybe you're strong for some people, and maybe later on you'll advise on people who are really sensitive about it, how they can get over it. Just before we take a break, a few quick questions, Alice. Some people, this is Amaji Vivian on Twitter. She's saying, breakfast makes me nauseous. I prefer to skip it. What would you recommend as a nutritionist?
First of all, maybe why do they get nauseous? What happens if you eat a late dinner? Digestion takes like so long, 7 to 8 hours, especially if you eat a protein. So by the time you're waking up in the morning, the digestive juices are not cleared, and that is what causes nausea. So to eat breakfast, just learn to eat a small dinner, and with time, you'll be able to eat breakfast.
So it's about adjusting. Another quick one here. Is it okay to take fruits at night? If you don't want to take a meal, can you have a bowl of fruit salad?
That's fine, as long as you've met your daily requirement, that's okay. But then also how much fruit, because that's the other thing that causes a lot of weight gain. People take too much fruit thinking it's fine, but fructose, the sugar from fruit, is actually very, very dangerous.
Yeah,
and also can be blamed for weight gain. Yeah.
Okay, sorry, go ahead.
So they can have fruit, but how much?
How much, okay.
Yes.
I think we have some more questions that we want to know, but there we have it on Twitter. Let's see what people are asking. Then we have Jesse Mutoki saying, what are the best foods to take in a day? Let's see if we can have more before they're all answered. Is it genetics or what? Some don't eat a lot but still grow fat, while others can eat excess and remain the same. I think, Professor, you'll be able to answer that for us. At Mutenyo_P, I'm not malnourished. I eat nicely but never grow big. What could be the problem? So that's another issue. At Stanley, Nishani says, how can one prevent being obese? Of course, that's what we're discussing throughout. Do we have any more? Yes, we have Elijah. And then he says, can spirits like Blue Moon and Kingfisher, etc., Kenya cane, be used to burn excess fats in the body? Somehow I think the answer for that is no, but we'll ask. At Mina_Reeve, some people classify obesity as a disease. Why is this so? You would think it's more of a lifestyle choice. Lots more questions coming in. Very quickly, just from what you've picked out, Professor and Alice, if you can just kind of come into those.
Okay, I'll answer the first one that says, what kind of foods can you eat?
Sorry, Alice, sorry to interrupt you. I'm told we need to take a short break.
All right.
So what will happen is we'll try and get those questions again, and we can answer them as soon as we come back. Professor, the same. Remember, 22422 or the hashtag Monday Special KE. We're back after this.
I'll start by explaining from a personal perspective as an educator, a higher education music educator, that the opportunity to work not only with another university, another institution that is offering academic training, but also to work with partners in the industry. That was fantastic because it opened our eyes to the various other skills that we should be training for. The skills that are needed in the industry that graduates of a music program can actually fill. So that helped us to expand our program, our curriculum offerings. Then for the students, they got to learn that the industry is more than the traditional teaching and performing that they have done. So they got to learn that within that industry, there are other roles. There are managerial roles, there are organizational roles, there are arts administration roles that they didn't know that as music students they could fulfill. The partnership also ensured that in our curriculum in the universities, we embed elements of actual industry-based learning. Now, in my university, that was ongoing, but I think it was more for the engineering courses. And now it is much more strongly embedded for the arts, especially the performing arts. Another thing that I really got to appreciate, one of the strong outcomes, is the networking that the students themselves did, the participants in the projects. When they went to the festivals, when they went to the other universities, they made friends. They made friends with people not who are doing exactly what they did, but people who are doing things that are different from what they did, but which reciprocated their activities. They were able to see the industry as a big ball, and their role in making sure that this ball keeps bouncing. And I thought those are some of the very key achievements that I was able to reap from the program.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to enroll yourself to the Health Education course unit. Once you have logged into the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. First step, you navigate site home, which is over here. Then on the search space provided, you type and search for health education. Then you search. Then scroll down to find the course, which is this one, Health Education UCCC 1201, and tap it. Then scroll down and note down the enrollment key that corresponds to your course, and for example, if you are pursuing Bachelor of Technology Geoinformatics, the enrollment key is ESEI/2020P. You should note it down. Then just below the enrollment key, there is a space for a text box for entering the enrollment key. You just type it there. After you type it there, then just below you click on enroll me, and that's how it's done. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to access the e-learning platform of the Technical University of Kenya as a student using your Android phone and the institutional assigned email. First and foremost, you will need to download a web browser called Firefox from the Android Play Store. So we'll proceed and download that. Android Play Store, look for Firefox. Install it. It will take some time, so let's just be a bit patient. There we are. We'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The simplest way would be through the Technical University of Kenya website. So we'll go and open Firefox. Then proceed to the Technical University of Kenya website. University of Kenya. Click on the first link. It will then display the Technical University of Kenya website. Here, we'll then proceed to the e-learning platform. The link is at the top green part of the website, written e-learning portal. So we'll proceed by tapping on it. And here we are at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. So as a student, you'll be required to log in using the link provided there. That is a student login link. You tap on it. It will then load you where you're supposed to input your email address, the one that has been assigned by the Technical University of Kenya. So you input your email. You then go ahead and put in your password. If you are a first-time login, you'll definitely have to just accept this. Remember, these terms will only appear when you are doing the very first login. Subsequent login, you won't have to go through this. And here you are. You will have now logged in at the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. Thank you.
For East Africa and Kenya in particular, radicalization and not just radicalization internally within Kenya, but also cross-border radicalization, particularly from Somalia, is quite a big contributor to the chemical threat issues that we are currently facing in Kenya and East Africa at large. As you may have heard, of course, there was an attack at the Dusit Hotel in January on the 15th. And of course, what came to mind was if they were not using conventional weapons, because the question about a chemical attack is not if, but when it will happen. So these radical elements around East Africa and in Kenya really are the greatest threat to the region as such. The academia has been involved largely in reaching out to the chemical players in Kenya and in East Africa, particularly Somalia. And this has not only covered talking to the academics who deal with chemicals on a day-to-day basis, but they've also reached out to industry and taught them best practices in terms of how to protect their facilities that deal with chemicals. However, they have also talked to the informal sector, which is very large in Kenya and in Somalia. They've talked to them about these dual-use chemicals and how to keep them safe away from the hands of these radicalized elements in the region. They have also gone a long way in trying to talk to the first responders on how do they actually deal with incidences where we have a chemical attack, so that they're always prepared to respond. And finally, the academia has gone a long way in talking to the people who actually trade in chemicals, especially the suppliers of chemicals, and informing them that some of the chemicals that they are supplying could be benign in nature, but of course combined with other things can actually be very dangerous weapons. Now, the law enforcers, of course, will not work in a vacuum. They work in an environment that involves people who they are protecting. Now, their job becomes hard if the people they are protecting are not aware of some of the dangers that chemicals would actually result in. And working with Kenya Chemical Society, we bring together not just academics, but industry players, and we are in interaction with the cottage industry. We are in contact with farmers, for example, who are dealing with fertilizers and all sorts of chemicals that could actually be weaponized. So law enforcement, in this case, can benefit from these interactions where we bring them together with the other community that we are in interaction with. And they can also now give their perspective on how to approach trying to minimize the use of chemicals being used to attack the populations in Kenya or in East Africa as such. Also, in our engagements with the law enforcement, we've come into conversations with them in terms of how can we help them in terms of disseminating information that they think is not so sensitive and will not cause a security risk to our members and the industry at large. Thank you.
Tux Calvin Odhiambo gave them the lead in the 53rd minute before Emmanuel Ateti doubled in the 63rd minute of a fearless contested final. Eddie Kuria pulled one back for Jericho All-Stars, but the SportPesa Premier League top scorer Joania Oyuga sealed the victory for 3 minutes from time.
We have a Center for Integrated Water and Resource Management.
The winners will take home 500,000 shillings as prize money, while the runner-up will pocket 250,000 shillings for their efforts.
My sleep was not good.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need to access the official Technical University of Kenya website. The portal above. So you come and search for the technical
We have a Center for
University. Link just above in the green here, then click on login. Then input your registration number as your username and your national ID number as your password, then log into the portal. As you can see now, after opening the portal, the email address is displayed in green and the password is just below it. For those whose account does not display the institution email address, send a request for creation to ictsupport@students.tukenya.ac.ke for the email creation, and please ensure you include your registration number and full names. Thank you.
We are here to join Habitat for Humanity Kenya in reflecting on the 34 years of their existence, and just for them to share with us their new strategic plan.
Habitat for Humanity Kenya is now marking 34 years, still existing and growing stronger day by day. During this period,
and truly it is humanity, but it's a humanity that should be part and parcel of every single one of us.
We in Habitat for Humanity Kenya,
really as a growth country,
skills, and then education and research.
Be a role model for her, so I will put my hands in clay and roll.
Welcome back. You're watching Monday Special. We'll continue to bring you details of that disturbing developing story of the explosions in Isili. But we're discussing obesity tonight and, of course, the link between what we eat and weight gain. And let's take a look at some statistics that have shown that the numbers of the overweight and obese in the country are on the rise, with the prevalence rates currently standing at 13% of the population. That is more than 5 million people. Obesity affects women more than men. 10%. The figures of obesity in rural areas are fast catching up with urban figures, which are at 20%. Childhood obesity is a precursor for adult obesity and ill health. Those are the numbers we have for you on the screen. We'll be explaining why this is the case. And of course, this was according to the 2008-2009 Kenya Demographic Health Survey study that showed 25.1% of women aged between 15 and 49 are overweight or obese. So certainly affects more women than it does men. And being either overweight or obese substantially raises one's risk of suffering. There we have some of the risks outlined for you. Hypertension, which we once discussed here on Monday Special. Type 2 diabetes.
Technical University of Kenya is located in Nairobi's Central Business District. Nairobi is the heartbeat of the East African economy and a major gateway into the rest of Africa. TUK, as it's fondly known, is home to students from various countries in the region.
The Kenya Polytechnic itself was founded in 1950s, built in the present site in 1960, and given the name the Kenya Polytechnic. From that time, it was a premier institution for training technologists and technicians for Kenya, and in the early years for the whole of East Africa.
With such a rich foundation and history, the university has managed to attract a vibrant community of over 15,000 students.
As we develop our capacity in technological development in the short term, we should be looking at this country's Vision 2030, which is committed to making Kenya a technological country. That is, it should be possible for us to produce quite a good number of the things, of products we need in this country. In 2007, the Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to the status of a university college, which now gave it the powers to teach at degree level, but to grant degrees of another university. As a university college, it was established as a constituent college of the University of Nairobi, which meant that it could only award degrees of the University of Nairobi, although it had powers to design its own curricula, get them approved by the University of Nairobi Senate, and then to award degrees in the name of the University of Nairobi.
By these presents, be it known that in exercise of the powers conferred upon me under the Universities Act, number 42 of the year 2012, I, Mwai Kibaki, President and Commander-in-Chief of the Defense Forces of the Republic of Kenya, hereby grant the charter annexed hereto to the Technical University of Kenya. On this
15th day of January in the year of our Lord 2013. Thank you.
TUK offers an array of programs and courses in 3 faculties. The Faculty of Engineering and Technology, Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, and the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. The university boasts some of the best lecturers in Kenya who offer hands-on training to our students. We have state-of-the-art facilities and cutting-edge laboratories.
The way we are training our students, they are getting state-of-the-art software. The future of engineering is dependent on using the tools and techniques that engineers and manufacturers and industries using out there. So the kind of training provided at the technical university is one which is state-of-the-art.
Our students are innovators. They graduate with skills and confidence to thrive in today's competitive job market.
So our school doesn't really limit us to just classwork. They help us get there, they help us broaden our wings, so to say. They help us get to places I don't think I would have gotten to if I wasn't here.
UK offers a special kind of a course, BTech. I studied BTech in journalism and mass communication. That BTech means you get, yes, the theory part, and in addition to that, you get the practical part. So that at the end of the 4 years, the 5 years, or the 6 years, you have the practical and the theoretical. You can easily even start up your own company for whatever you studied in.
TUK students not only excel in academics, we also encourage them to nurture their talents in other disciplines. We boast an impressive alumni who work in leading corporations in Kenya and across the world. Some of these include Kenya Airways and major airports such as JKIA. When you walk alone, you walk fast, but when you walk with others, you go further. TUK has partnered with other institutions, expanding our research and training capacity. Some of the institutions TUK is collaborating with include the following international universities: Augsburg University in Germany, Politecnico di Milano in Italy, Technical University of Munich, Tshwane University of Technology in South Africa, Southern Utah University in the US, and Leeds University in Great Britain. At TUK, we believe in corporate social responsibility and impacting communities around us positively. Our motto is education and training for the real world. The Technical University of Kenya is giving the next generation of scientists, technicians, innovators and leaders the skills they will need to leave a lasting legacy in the world.
Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to enroll yourself to the health education course unit once you have logged into the Technical University of Kenya e-learning platform. First step, you navigate site home, which is over here. Then on the search space provided, you type and search for health education. Then you search. Then scroll down to find the course, which is this one, Health Education UCCC 1201, and tap it. Then scroll down and note down the enrollment key that corresponds to your course. And for example, if you are pursuing Bachelor of Technology Geoinformatics, the enrollment key is ESEI/2020P. You should note it down. Then just below the enrollment key, there is a space for a text box for entering the enrollment key. You just type it there. After you type it there, then just below you click on enroll me, and that's how it's done. Thank you. Ladies and gentlemen, this is how to get your institution email address from the student portal. You need
Good afternoon, freshers. Welcome to the Technical University of Kenya, and welcome to the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. My name is Peter Matu. I'm a professor of linguistics at the Technical University of Kenya. I'm also the executive dean of the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. As you may be aware, since you started your orientation, the Technical University of Kenya has 3 faculties. 1, the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. 2, the Faculty of Applied Sciences and Technology. And finally, 3, the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. This afternoon, we are going to make presentations from the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, abbreviated as FSST. The 3 faculties of Technical University of Kenya deal with a lot of disciplines. However, these faculties are not in competition with each other. They complement each other, and there is a synergy in these 3 faculties. So do not look at the faculties in isolation. If you're in the Faculty of Engineering, you may need to interact with somebody from Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. If you are from the Faculty of Applied Sciences, you may need to interact with somebody from the Faculty of Engineering and Built Environment. The complement between these 3 faculties helps both staff and students to achieve the vision of the university. And by now, you know the vision of the university is to be a top-rated university of technology. It also helps the staff and students to live according to the mission of the university, because the mission puts emphasis on providing education and training for purposes of advancement in society. The 3 faculties also help to achieve the motto of the university. That is training, education, and training for the real world. And that's exactly what we are doing here. We are training you for the real world. The synergy between the faculties enables the Technical University of Kenya to produce a holistic human being. In other words, you don't produce a robot. You produce somebody who can interact. You don't develop an engineer to work in isolation. You develop an engineer to work in society. And it's the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology that provides that context. Without the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, you wouldn't find a context to develop whatever you are doing. For example, if you're an engineer, you cannot go building bridges in the desert. You must find some river or some gully where to build the bridge. And it's the society that actually tells you where to build the bridge. So without the faculty, you cannot go far. The Faculty of Social Sciences has a long-standing reputation in offering business, creative, hospitality, and information courses. And these courses are laced with an element of technology. That's why we are called Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. The faculty comprises 4 schools and 2 centers. And I say, just like the faculty, the schools and the centers do not operate in isolation. There is also synergy, there is complement, there is some kind of relationship among the school. One cannot operate without the other. Each and everyone needs the other. Just like the right foot needs the left foot, the right hand needs the left hand. So that's the way the faculty is composed. I said it has 4 schools and 2 centers, and these schools include 1 School of Business and Management Studies, which deals with aspects of business and management, as you are going to be told by the director of the school. Then 2, there is School of Creative Arts and Media, deals with creative aspects, issues like design, fine art, film and photography. The director is going to explain about that. Then there is a School of Hospitality and Human Ecology. And this is a school that deals with issues to do with restaurants, event, and convention management, as the director is going to tell you. So those are and then finally, there is a School of Social and Information Studies. This is the school that deals with aspects of information science, aspects of knowledge management, aspects of linguistics, and aspects of literary studies. Of course, it also deals with international relations and governance. Then we have 2 centers, and these centers are very critical in the development of the university. The first one is Center for Language and Communication Studies. This is a point of reference for all your communication needs. If you have any defects, or if you feel that you don't have enough knowledge on communication, that's where you run to. This center also offers a course that is known as Communication Skills, which is offered to all first-year students at the university. That is where is the base, where you learn all aspects, how to read, how to write, how to make public speeches. If you have how to cite books, when you come to the university, you will discover the way you refer to books is different from the way you did it in secondary school. So that is a center that deals with communication skills, the skills of communication. Then there is the other center, and it's called Center for Science and Technology. This is a center that helps you to develop creative and critical thinking skills, because it's the center that offers a course that is given to all first-year students, and the course is known as Critical and Creative Thinking. It helps you to be critical readers, critical thinkers, and creative. If you want anything to do with creativity, then that is the place to go to. But they are going to offer you the course in critical and creative thinking in that center. The Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology is believed to be the soul of the university. It's the heartbeat. Without it, the university cannot run. Without it, all what is being done in engineering and applied sciences will be done in isolation. As I conclude, I want to introduce my directors of schools who will come and make their presentation for each school. These directors are actually the administrative and academic leaders of each school. So they will try and explain to you briefly what is entailed in each school and which courses are offered. As I said earlier, the first school is School of Business and Management Studies, and this one, the director is called Professor Ellie Joy Misheni. She will come and introduce herself, and she will explain to you about the school. Then we have School of Creative Arts and Media. The director is Professor Odoch Pido, and you will hear more from him, but when you meet him physically, you will also be impressed because he is the guru of design in this country. You will never meet another one. Then we have the director, School of Hospitality and Human Ecology. He is called Professor Marco Pondo, Richard Marco Pondo, but he is not here with us today. He is ably represented by Dr. Sylvester Hiker. And Dr. Sylvester Hiker, we are very proud of him. He is usually up to the task, so we have no doubt about his presentation here. Then finally, we have the director, School of Information and Social Studies, who is Professor Tom Kwanya. Professor Tom Kwanya is a knowledge manager. If you have ever wondered, can knowledge be managed? He's the only person who can manage knowledge in this country. So if you come here and you think you have enough knowledge, just go to him. He will train you a bit about what knowledge management is. So as I conclude, I would like to congratulate you for being admitted to the Technical University of Kenya and assure you that we are going to give you the best, because we believe you are the best and you have been admitted to the Technical University of Kenya because you are the best. Thank you.
Executive Dean, Directors of Schools, Academic Team Leaders, staff, first-year students of the Technical University of Kenya, good afternoon. I have already been introduced by the Executive Dean, maybe just to repeat my name, Professor Erijoy Mudhoni Misheni, currently the Director, School of Business and Management Studies. So, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to welcome you all to the Technical University of Kenya. I wish to congratulate each and every one of you, first, on having secured your admission to this university, and second, for having chosen Technical University of Kenya as your university of choice. Your choice was not a mistake. Technical University of Kenya put student at the center of everything. Your student life experience here and your success is important to every member of the Technical University of Kenya. I know you could be asking yourselves many questions by now, like, did I make the right choice? Am I in the right place? Just remember one thing. You are not alone. We will walk this journey with you. You just need to remain focused. Now I turn to those joining School of Business and Management Studies. I start by welcoming you into the school. The School of Business and Management Studies of the Technical University is physically located in Block R. You realize when you enter the Technical University, our blocks are normally numbered or labeled. So the School of Business is in Block R. This is next to University Administration Block with a reception and director's office in L6. When you come, you see a banner on the door. They are clearly labeled. Since most of the things now in the world rotate around business ideas and putting value to manufacturing industries, among other things, the School of Business has a motto that says, build business ideas, build society. When you come here at the end of your 4-year course or 3-year course, depending on the program you are taking, you should walk away in a position to be able to build a business idea. You realize that almost every organization needs people with business and management skills. And one can easily gain that from the courses and the units taught from our school, that is School of Business. The school is well equipped with over 100 members of staff who range from graduate assistant to the level of professors. The school in general offers various 4-year degree programs and 3-year diploma programs within 4 departments. That is, the school has 4 departments that I will introduce shortly. But you realize that the members of staff in the School of Business will also be teaching you, whether you are in the School of Business or in any other faculty within the university, because we service units in various departments within the university, depending on the expertise. So units like entrepreneurship and management units will be taught by people from School of Business, and they are normally taught across the university. We have the following departments. 1, Department of Accounting and Finance. This department is headed by an academic team leader by the name Dr. Jared Abongo. You may not be able to know or to meet them today, but we are still going to give you more orientation within the school. The office of the academic team leader of Department of Accounting and Finance is also in Block L, and this, you find this Dr. Abongo in room L5. That is Block L, room 5. The programs that are offered in this Department of Accounting and Finance include Bachelor of Commerce with the following options: Finance, Accounting, and Insurance option. Another program in this department is Bachelor of Science in Accountancy, and then they have a Diploma in Accountancy. That is Department of Accounting and Finance. I'll repeat again. You find the academic team leader in Block L, room L5. We have another department, Department of Economics and Resource Management. This department is headed by an academic team leader by the name Dr. Benson Ateng. It is located in Block C. I've told you the blocks within the university are labeled. So you find the academic team leader for Department of Economics and Resource Management in Block C, room 3A. This department has a program called Bachelor of Economics. So those who have come to do Bachelor of Economics, that is where you meet your academic team leader, Dr. Benson Ateng. I'm introducing them and telling you where you can find them physically because these are very important or key people in whatever or during your stay within this university. You need to consult a lot, and these are the people you go to. Then we have Department of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship. This one is headed by an academic team leader by the name Dr. Edmund Okari. This one is now located in J Block, and you find the academic team leader in room J15. The programs in this department include Bachelor of Commerce. You know, like our executive dean told you, there is so much synergy within our department also. You realize Bachelor of Commerce is in almost in every department. What differentiates them are the options that are taken. So in the Department of Business Administration and Entrepreneurship, the programs are Bachelor of Commerce with Marketing, Human Resource Management, and Business Administration options. There is also another program, Bachelor of Technology, Office Administration and Management. There is also Bachelor of Business Studies. Bachelor of Business Studies, if you take that program again, you will have several options to choose from. You have Logistics and Supply Chain Management. You have Human Resource Management. You have Marketing, and also you have Business Management. All those are options that you can pick if you take that program. They also offer Diploma in Business Studies, and the options in this diploma program include Human Resource Management, Procurement, Business Administration, and Marketing. If you take that diploma, you have all those options to choose from. Last but not least, we have Department of Management, Science and Technology. This one is headed by an academic team leader by the name Dr. Paris Ochola. His office is located in Block B, room B24. The programs in this department include Bachelor of Commerce, and the option here is Logistics and Supply Chain Management. They also offer Bachelor of Business Information Technology, and they offer Diploma in Business Information Technology. Now, if you look at those two programs, the Bachelor and the Diploma in Information Technology, this is where we integrate both IT and business. So while you are when leaving the university, you have learned business areas to a greater extent, and also the information technology units. From here now, you can be able to incubate a business idea and also look for ways of solving problems within business using the information technology knowledge that you have gained from Bachelor of Business Information Technology or Diploma in Business Information Technology. All this information about the school and the courses offered and their career paths, because every course, of course, should be able to tell you the career path that you can take, can easily be accessed via the university website that I would urge you to visit regularly. Visit our university website to be able to get more details about these programs that we are introducing to you today. Finally, I would want to give some general remarks or comments that may touch or advice that may touch on all of you, not necessarily the student within the School of Business. I would advise you avoid missing lectures or the worst, cheating in examinations, as engaging in these activities could lead to expulsion from the university. And of course, that kills your career dream. Please observe that. Make good use of the university resources and take good care of the facilities you'll be using during your studies. Seek guidance from staff, friends. I promise you that you'll find lecturers very willing to respond to your interests, to your curiosity, and to your invitations. Lecturers of the Technical University of Kenya are very, very friendly. Remember, you will always be responsible for your actions. Unfortunately, choices and actions have consequences. University life will accord you a lot of freedom, which most of you may not have experienced, there before. This freedom comes with its own social risks. I implore you to keep off from activities that will not add value to your life. Someone wrote that, do not give them a candle to light the way. Teach them how to make fire instead. That is the meaning of enlightenment. We at the Technical University of Kenya will teach you how to make fire so that you can then light your way. Remember one thing that Steve Jobs said, your time is limited. You have either 4 years if you are coming for bachelor's within our school, or you have 3 years if you are coming for diploma. Other department will give you a different view. So do not waste this time living other people's lives. Focus, focus, that is the word. With those many remarks, I wish you the most fulfilling and rewarding experience at this great school as you begin your professional journey. Best of luck to each and every one of you. Thank you. Just a minute, I answer a few questions that have come here. The first question is, when do we start our classes? Our classes start on Monday, 4th October 2021. That is when we start our classes. With the CPAK, will I qualify to join BCom and get exemptions? Okay, CPAK is an added advantage, but we do not give exemptions. Even if you have CPAK and you are joining our BCom, you follow our curricula the way it is. But congratulations those who have already attained CPAK. That is an added advantage. When you leave this university with your Bachelor of Commerce and the CPAK, you'll be selling out there like hot cake. So congratulations. Thank you very much, and welcome to the Technical University of Kenya.
Executive Dean, colleagues, and freshers. I'm here to give you a very brief address this afternoon. Very, very brief, but that can always be augmented later on in the program. And then you can also ask questions where it is not clear. As my colleague have done, both the Dean and fellow Director of School, I want to join them in congratulating you on the achievements you have made, and that has brought you to the Technical University of Kenya. I also want to welcome you to the university, to the faculty, but more specifically to the School of Creative Arts and Media. I believe that this afternoon we'll go through very, very basic introduction of the school, because the more detailed kind of introduction to your courses, dealing with nitty-gritty matters concerning your courses, will be handled at the departmental level. I also believe that I'm likely to meet you at that point. By way of introduction, let me start here. I know the Dean has already introduced me, and it was very, very nice to tell you that I'm the guru of design in this country. Maybe that is true, time will tell, but certainly I was a pioneer student of design in 1968. I believe that you may have already been alive at that time. If not, feel welcome to my age at that particular point, because now you are starting to be a first-year student, and I was a first-year student just as you are today. Whether you're a first-year student doing BTech or a first-year student doing Deep Tech. Either way, you're a first-year student, so I feel for you, because that's how I felt on day one at the University of Nairobi. I'm a professor of design, and my name is Odoch Pido. Probably it will be the only name you will have met in this country. But don't worry, we'll have time to engage, and you will be able to understand my name and my characters of design in full. In the school, we have 4 departments to which you have been admitted. The Dean alluded to a department of visual arts and photography, which has yet to begin. You were not admitted to that department. So I'll deal only with departments to which you have been admitted. You were admitted to the Department of Design and Creative Media. That department is headed by Dr. Kedenda, and it has several components: interior design, product design, interactive media design, and communication design. Those details you will get when you are in the department. The Department of Printing and Media Technology is now under the Department of Design, but it is a fully fledged department by itself. That's where we do printing and media technology. Then there's the Department of Music and Performing Arts. That department has virtually 2 parts to it: music and theater. Again, when you go to that department, you will be given details of what goes on in the department. It is headed by Dr. Mutuku. Then there's the Department of Journalism and Mass Communication, headed by Dr. Omoha. The departments are scattered across the university, but we are mostly housed in F block and C block. The director's office is on the ground floor in F block. The Department of Design is on the 3rd floor of that same block. Journalism and music are housed in block C. Please don't forget I said that the Department of Printing is within the Department of Design. I want to address a question that I created for myself. What is it that creates a department, or what is it that makes a department? One, there's a curriculum which makes a department. It is the curriculum which gives you your qualification. It is the department where you have been admitted that gives you your degree. So you will get your degree, BTech, in design from the Department of Design, in music and performing arts from the Department of Music, journalism and mass communication from the department, and then printing from the same department. That is what makes the department, the curriculum. Now, the curriculum has many parts to it. The philosophy, which is what drives the courses in your department, regulations, and the courses that you are supposed to pursue. Please familiarize yourself with the curriculum in your departments. Please make sure you know what you are supposed to study. I believe that there will be many questions after this, and we are willing to deal with those questions. I also believe that you may find that you are out of place in any particular department. Feel free to talk to me. Feel free to talk to your chair of department, and I'm sure you will find your way around. Each department comprises also of members of staff. I start with academic members of staff. Whereas I might not give you the exact number, each department has professors and lecturers. Lecturers are divided into many parts again. These kind of details you will get from your department. The role of academic members of staff is actually the business of teaching. Academic, intellectual developments are their businesses. We also have technologies within the academic members of staff. Placing technologies as academic members of staff is my concern. It may not be the concern of every department, every school, every faculty. I place technologies as academic members of staff for one good reason. This course we deliver at this university is hands-on. I also believe that learning is not only heads-on, but also hands-on. That is why I place technologies within academic members of staff. We have support staff by way of administrators, by way of secretaries, by way of messengers. All these people are experienced. They are also very knowledgeable of the university. I believe that if you ask them some of the questions, they will be able to address and give you the correct kind of answers. Each of the departments tend to end up in a kind of profession. I'm not showing off, but my school is a professional school. If you complete your course and you find that you are not able to engage professionally, then there is need for you to ask a question at that time, whether you need to maybe think backwards and become a professional. Perhaps by talking about the profession, I'll give you some rough idea of what you are likely to do when you complete these programs. In this school, we produce designers. We educate designers. Designers who work in various fields, like advertising, television, packaging, animation, interior, product design, and so on and so on. The details will come from your department. We have people who work in print media, like almost all the printing houses, East, Central, and South of Africa are trained in my school. Can I give you one highlight? The people who print banknotes are trained in our department, in our school. That does not necessarily mean they will give you banknotes for free. We have journalists. We train journalists, and when you complete this program, we hope that you become a journalist working in newspapers. And if you don't mind me saying this again, all counties in this country, each of the country will probably need a journalist to man information for each of the counties. Then the Department of Music and Theater, we produce musicians, we produce music teachers, we produce people who work in theater, people who work in film, and so on and so on. That gives you a very, very rough outline of the kind of jobs you are likely to fit when you complete your programs. Let me end this address by telling you what we expect of you. My colleague, the one who preceded me, gave a very good account of what we expect of you. I'm likely to repeat some of the things he said. I might also say the same thing in different words, but they are more or less the same. We expect you to have come here to learn and grow to become a professional. We also hope you came here, or we expect you to have come here to receive education that will make you good citizens of Kenya and good citizens of the world, as it were. I believe that you are not just training for Kenya. I believe that you are not just training for your own country. I believe that you are training for East Africa, Africa, and the world. I believe that you have come here to refuse to be derailed from your focus. I think this was said before, and I would like to repeat that my expectation of you is that you will refuse to be derailed. And there are many, many issues that tend to derail students, and I'm sure that if you have not already met them, you will be meeting them when you go to your departments, or if you come to my office at some point when I can be dealing with this sort of matter. Thank you very much for listening. Please enjoy your stay in TUK. I hope that we will have time to engage one-on-one. Thank you. Or are there questions? You have not signed authors of this question, so I will just answer as it were. One of the questions is that I had applied for a diploma in design and I'm stuck at approved at the selection stage. When will we get feedback on whether I have been selected or not? In other words, you are not yet a first-year student, or you are not yet a fresher, but I will address this problem as soon as this meeting is finished. If I had your telephone number and so on, I probably would have asked you, told you the answer to this question immediately. Whoa, this handwriting is very clear. Oh, does the university offer courses in interior design? Yes. Let me give you a little bit of detail on this, the answer to this question. All the programs, the BTech programs, start with a general background to design. The moment you get to third year, you then begin to have details of this particular course of interior design, comprising of 4 parts. One part is interior architecture, the other part is furniture, the other part is landscape design, and exhibition design. So yes, you will be able to study interior design at this university. And I've given you the parts, and I've given you the level at which you start the actual march towards professional engagements. Yes, you are doing both online and physical classes. Many of the practical based courses require that you meet face-to-face. Many of the lecture courses will be given online. With a diploma in printing, what are my prospects in employment? I think I've already given you the details of where you can work. You can work in newspaper houses, Nation, Standard, and the works. You can also work in government press, which means publication that belong to government. You can also work in publishing houses, places where they print books for schools. Like I said, De La Rue is one of the places where you can work, and where you might be printing more sensitive materials like banknotes. So yes, I've given you the answer. But if I were you, and if I were that particular student, I would have said, look, let me get my Bachelor of Technology in printing, then the sky is the limit. You can go much further than what I've just said. Yes, the question is, can I do a course in music at diploma or degree level without having done music in Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education? Yes, but my advice is that you must go to a place or an institution where you can study a certificate in music first. That will acquaint you, that will prepare you, that will make you follow diploma and degree courses much more easily. If you come without a certificate and you have not done music at Kenya Certificate of Secondary Education, you will have a problem. In other words, it will be very difficult for you to follow the course. I did not say it will be impossible, but it will be difficult for you to follow the courses. How wide is the field of design? Very, very wide. That's not an answer. We confine ourselves to the areas which I've talked about. We confine ourselves to interactive media design. We confine ourselves to interior design. We confine ourselves to communication design. We confine ourselves to product design. That's what is on offer here at this TUK. Outside TUK and in other parts of the world, design is very wide. Just for pleasure and information, we also have fashion design in this university, but outside the school, though we are participants. We also have event planning and management outside the school, but we engage with this fully. So yes, design is very, very wide, and I really do not have time to go through this. If these questions could be asked again while we have departmental matters, I would like to come and address this question more fully, perhaps with slides, so that you know how big design is. The other question is, somebody is saying, I have a diploma in printing technology and have been admitted for a degree in printing. What year and term will I begin? Almost all programs start on the 4th of next month. And if you look on the website, you will probably find my email address there. And please write to me if you want an answer to this beforehand. But I've given you the date when this will start. I believe that you may have also gained your diploma in printing from TUK, because we are the only institution that tends to offer printing, which means you have the address of your chair of department, Mr. Connor. So please try to address this to him. But I've given you a general answer. I have applied for a diploma in design and I'm stuck. That's the same question. I think I've answered all the questions. There were those which were on one page, and this is on this page. Thank you. I think I've answered all the questions, unless others have not yet come. So I'll keep these questions and distribute them to chairs of department, so that it will be probably the first agenda on your orientation, and I'll make myself available as best as I can, so that I can answer some of the questions again myself.
Executive Dean, Professor Matu, Directors of Schools and Centers, colleagues, freshmen and fresh ladies, good afternoon. It is my pleasure to welcome you to this great institution, the Technical University of Kenya. Of course, you must have reintroduced myself. I've been introduced by my dean. I am wearing two hats. That is that of my director and that of my academic team leader. My name is Onyango Haika, and I'm standing in for my director, Professor Richard Makopondo, who is away on an official assignment. And also, I am standing in as the academic team leader on behalf of my department academic team leader, Professor Boniface Kihima, who is away on his annual leave. Now, we move forward, and I just want to give a snippet of what our school handles, or our concern, or our contribution within the university. Now, I want to thank you again to allow me to highlight the role of the School of Hospitality and Human Ecology at the Technical University of Kenya, also popularly referred to as TUK. Second, I wish to welcome all of you students who have been admitted to our school, and by and large to the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. Now, we offer education and training for the real world. That is our motto: education and training for the real world. Now, you made a wise decision to have been blessed to select our school, and therefore you are hereby gonna be sufficiently prepared and equipped both for valuable work-related and self-employment skills. And you'll be ready to run your own businesses, and whether you are employed, you'll be able to make choices on your feet, and thereby becoming you becoming an asset that will be indispensable where you are engaged. Number three, I wish to highlight that human ecology entails as the role and programs offered by the School of Hospitality, and thereby, what does human ecology entail? Somebody would be asking themselves, what is human ecology? What do you have to do with human ecology? And you are, again, calling yourself School of Hospitality. Now, human ecology is a broad interdisciplinary, multidisciplinary area of study with programs that focus on humans. How do humans interact with their various environments? From biological and social to economic and physical, as well as their experiences and impacts. Human ecology integrates academics, research, and outreach in the areas of hospitality, institutional catering, and accommodation management, tourism and travel management, leisure and event management, food, consumer and retail studies, fashion design, clothing and textiles technology, psychology and human development. All programs combine theory with application to foster creative problem-solving skills and develop leaders who can anticipate, analyze, and address contemporary industry and societal issues. My director indicated, and I would want to affirm that without the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology, you may produce a robot. But as much as we are heading to robotics and the world is changing, we need a human aspect. You don't just play music to machines. You play music to human beings that appreciate the tune and the message passed. So we are the gel that binds all aspects human within the university and the society at large. Now, let me share with you the structure of our school, that is the School of Hospitality and Human Ecology within the Faculty of Social Sciences and Technology. Now, the School of Hospitality and Human Ecology, popularly here known as SHE, is headed by a director, assisted by 4 academic team leaders and an assistant registrar. The 4 academic team leaders are, number 1, for the Department of Hospitality and Leisure Studies, headed by Professor Boniface Kihima. The second department is Department of Fashion, Clothing and Textile, headed by Dr. Lucy Sierra. The third department is Department of Psychology and Human Development, headed by Dr. John Nganga. The fourth department, and this is a newly established department, that is Department of Food and Consumer Studies, headed by Dr. Selina Omolo. Our able assistant registrar is Madame Florence Kagweru. She's a ready and always a handy member of the school and always ready to assist any questions that students have or even members of faculty. Now we have a total of 61 members of faculty, academic faculty members, professors, or from the top professors all the way to assistant lecturers, or rather the lowest rank in that are usually academic rather referred to as graduate assistants. Thank you. Now, the school was created by merging the School of Hospitality and Tourism Studies initially, the way it was, the Department of Fashion, Clothing and Textile, Department of Psychology and Human Development, and adding a new Department of Food and Consumer Studies. As I had indicated earlier, this is a newly established department. Now, the school is located in N Block on the ground floor next to the entrance gate. Now, our mission is to prepare technologically savvy, innovative, and application-oriented graduates that engage in applied and basic interdisciplinary research to provide innovative solutions to problems facing communities, industry, and society. Now, our administrative staff strive to create a conducive environment for students to become great professionals and have an enjoyable, healthy, meaningful, happy, fulfilling life while at college and beyond. Remember, this is also the school that houses Department of Hospitality and Leisure Studies. Many people strive to have leisure, but very few ever achieve that state of leisure. Currently, the school is reorganized in 4 teaching and operational departments, including the Department of Hospitality, Leisure Studies, Department of Food, Consumer Studies, Department of Fashion, Clothing and Textiles, and the Department of Psychology and Human Development. Now, let me focus on, I will focus on the mainly
three that are running with programs. Let me start with fashion, clothing, and textile studies. Now, the Department of Fashion, Clothing, Textiles offer quality diploma, undergraduate, and postgraduate programs focusing on fashion design, apparel production, quality control, textiles, hairdressing, and beauty therapy. Now, the programs are aimed at teaching the local and international industry through imparting the required technological skills. The programs are designed to assist individuals to become self-reliant by training them for self-employment and diverse opportunities in the fashion and textile industry. Now, graduates from fashion, clothing, and textile are marketable and work as fashion designers, fashion merchandisers, scientific researchers, textile technologists, beauticians, hair designers, hairdressers, quality controllers at various levels within the industry, production managers, among others. Now let us go and let's proceed on to the next department, that is Department of Hospitality and Leisure Studies. Now, the Department of Hospitality and Leisure Studies offers programs in 4 major thematic areas. And these are tourism and travel management, leisure and event management, hospitality management, and institutional catering and accommodation management. Now, the aim of the department within the school is to fill the skills gap in the 4 thematic areas by nurturing, mentoring, and developing highly competent and hands-on graduates conversant with contemporary world of work and societal issues. What else do they do? Now, there are various pathways that graduates from hospitality and leisure studies can find themselves into or can decide to focus on. Now, some of the areas are in policy development, tour guiding, housekeeping, event organizers, waiters, chefs, hotel managers, tour and travel consultants, hospitality and leisure educators, entrepreneurs, and consultancy. Let's highlight the third department within the school, and that is the Department of Psychology and Human Development, that brings together staff who work to increase understanding of basic psychological functions in families, school, and other social contexts that influence development. Now, the department also equips students with social work skills to engage with individuals, families, groups, and communities in an effort to enhance social functioning and overall well-being of the group. And that is why the Dean ably stated that we need the social studies and technology faculty. Now, there are possible career pathways, and these are, they can be people from this or trained graduates that are trained from the Department of Psychology and Human Development can either be employed in schools. You have various guidance and counseling departments within schools, hospitals, rehabilitation centers, homes for the elderly, children homes, churches, policymakers, and in the research field. Now, allow me just in a brief to give you or delve a bit into the newly established department, that is Food and Consumer Studies. Now, the Department of Food and Consumer Studies is a newly established unit within the School of Hospitality and Human Ecology. Now, the department was created out of realization that traditional hospitality and culinary programs emphasize competency in the production and services of tasty food and beverage at a profit, without consideration on the health aspects of feeding, eating, and that graduates of these departments are insufficiently equipped with sound knowledge of food processing, packaging, and safety consumer behavior, as well as retailing. Now, the department currently serves other courses within the academic departments that at the school and the university as a whole. Now, this program has flagship programs that are currently being, the curricula have already been developed and waiting for admission of new students. And there will be programs in both diploma and bachelor's of science in food, consumer, and retail studies. Now, the retail component focuses on the equipment and material used across the food value chain, from production, processing, storage, display, and point of sale. Now, those graduates that will come out of this program at diploma and bachelor's level should be able to formulate and develop recipes for industrial food production, training employees in retail and food manufacturing, implementing quality control systems, advising consumers on food and nutrition products, managing the preparation and production of convenience food products, supervising food retail departments, and managing food service facilities. Now, with all those remarks, I am once again delighted to welcome the newly admitted students to the School of Hospitality and Leisure Studies. Welcome. We will always be available to guide you. Of course, as my colleagues have stated earlier, we are still going to meet. So even though most of the courses or some of the courses will be online, we'll also be interacting with you face-to-face, because we are having blended learning approach, whereby some of the courses will be online and most of the courses need practical aspect, will be taught face-to-face within our labs and studios within the university. Thank you. Now, there are some questions here that I would like to respond to. And one of the questions is, are we supposed to report physically on 4th October? Yes, learning starts on 4th October. So whatever you are doing, ensure that you are within the precincts of the university by 4th October, because learning will commence then. Now, another question is, how will we access our timetables? I believe this is our timetables. Now, the timetables will be posted to your online portal. You should be able to access them on the online portal, your student portal. And also, there will be available within the various notice boards at the department and school level. Another question goes, does the university offer a degree in social work or development studies? Yes, I had indicated that we have both diploma and bachelor's courses offered under the Department of Psychology and Human Development. Social work is one of them. So if there are any other questions that have not hit our media platform, we will respond to them as they come. But for now, thank you very much, and welcome to the Technical University of Kenya. Please ensure that you live according to what we expect of you, as we also fulfill your expectations. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. I'd like also to take this opportunity to join my colleagues in welcoming you to the Technical University of Kenya. I particularly would like to extend the warmest welcome to those of you who are joining programs in the School of Information and Social Studies. My name is Tom Kwanya. I'm a professor of knowledge management and currently also serving as the director of the school. I'd like to state here that the school is located in Block C. The director's office is in Block C, the first floor, in room 12, C12, the director's office. The school has 4 departments. The Department of Information and Knowledge Management, the Department of Government and Legal Studies, the Department of Linguistics and Literary Studies, as well as the Department of Philosophy and Liberal Studies. I'd like to take just a few more minutes to explain the programs in those departments so that you are able to know where to go and where to begin your classes. Beginning with the Department of Information and Library Sciences, the office is located in C13, which is still on the first floor of Block C. And in the department, I know some of you are watching, those students coming to pursue programs. There's a diploma in technology in library and information studies. There is a diploma in archives and records management, a Bachelor of Science in Information Sciences. And those of you who are coming to pursue that program will get opportunity to specialize in 5 areas, in knowledge management, informatics, library information studies, records and archives management, as well as publishing and media studies. We also have a Bachelor of Technology Information Studies. I'm certain some of you are coming to pursue that program. And there are 2 areas of specialization in that particular program. These are library information studies as well as records and archives management. We also have a Master of Science program, Master of Science in Information and Knowledge Management, and there are students also in that program, and some of you perhaps are watching. Then we also have Doctor of Philosophy in Information and Knowledge Management. Again, there are a number of you who are coming to pursue that program as well, and you are welcome. As students who graduate from this course or these programs in the department can work in various areas in all the sectors of the economy. They can work as knowledge management specialists, information analysts, as documentalists, librarians, records managers, archivists, publishers, editors, systems analysts, systems developers, as well as public information specialists, among others. We also have the Department of Government and Legal Studies, and the office is in Block C 30, which is on the 3rd floor of the block. And again, this department has a number of programs ranging from undergraduate to postgraduate. The first program is Diploma in International Relations and Diplomacy, Diploma in Technology in Disaster Management, Diploma in Criminology and Security Studies, Diploma in Legal Studies, and Bachelor of Arts in International Relations and Diplomacy, Bachelor of Arts in Criminology and Security Studies, as well as Master of Science in International Relations. And so if you are pursuing any of those programs, the office is Block C 30, and the department is headed by Dr. Eric Nyanjom. Those of you who are pursuing any programs in that department, we'll end up in all sectors of the economy. They can work as diplomats, as protocol officers, immigration officers, conflict resolution specialists, arbitrators, policymakers, disaster and emergency management specialists, humanitarian aid workers, legal officers, security specialists, intelligence officers, court administrators, court clerks, and political analysts. And so the department headed by Eric Nyanjom, the office is Block C 30. Then we also have the Department of Linguistics and Literary Studies. The office is in C15 on the 1st floor of Block C. And the department is headed by our Executive Dean, Professor Peter Matu, and currently running 2 programs, postgraduate programs, Master of Applied Linguistics, as well as Doctor of Philosophy in Applied Linguistics. And again, those of you who are pursuing these programs, the department is in C15, headed by Professor Peter Matu. And those who pursue these programs, when they graduate, they can work in many areas as linguists, language therapists, translators, interpreters, editors, and creative writers, among other areas of career paths. Then finally, we have the Department of Philosophy and Liberal Studies. And this department is headed by Dr. Theophilus Chando. The office is in Ex-Telecom's building across the road on 3rd floor, room 305. Currently, we don't have any programs running in the department, but the department is responsible for teaching some common courses, among them critical and creative thinking. And I believe that you'll be able to interact with them across the board. In fact, it's not only the students who are in our faculty or in our school who they will interact with. They will interact with the entire university. So regardless of the course that you are taking, you'll meet lecturers from the Department of Philosophy and Liberal Studies. I'd like to conclude by saying that the programs are, as have been explained, and the school is ready to support you in every way. I do not wish to repeat what my colleagues have already said regarding your obligations, as you also do ours. I'd just like to clarify that the classes begin on Monday, 4th of October, and as has been already said, we are running these programs on blended, using a blended approach. And that means then that we'll be able to hold some classes physical, some classes will be online, depending on their nature, particularly those which are practical in nature will be given here face-to-face in the university because of the need for laboratories and workshops. But those that are not practical in nature, that are theory, will be delivered online. And I believe that as part of your orientation, you'll be told which platforms to use to be able to access your classes. My colleague has also said, I'd like to emphasize that the timetables are out and will be posted on the notice boards physically in the university, but at the same time will be posted on your portals. So you will see ordinarily the time of the, you will see first of all the course to be taught, when it will be taught, where it will be taught, and the person who will be teaching it. And if you have any questions, you can reach any of us, including the executive dean himself, and the other officers in the university to be able to get help. Responding to some of the questions I'm seeing here, what is the difference between information science and information technology? Information science deals with the technical issues relating to information, so creating, organizing, processing, storing, applying, and being able to disseminate information. And information technology, on the other hand, I'm sure you've also been able to meet the people from the school. They deal with the technology part of information. So they deal with the equipment and the infrastructure that relate to information management. But in information science, we deal with the details and the technical issues relating to information itself, and goes further to issues like information ethics and communication rights and things like that. But you may have also noticed that in my introduction, I said that one of the specializations in the program is in informatics, where we deal with application of information technology on matters dealing with information management. And so we have that convergence at that point and actually teach the courses across. And you'll meet some of the information technology lecturers teaching in information science courses. So there's that convergence that we meet at the technology, but our focus is on application of the technology, while the computing and information technology people are focusing on developing the technologies themselves. I hope that you're able to get that difference. Can a student take 2 courses at the same time? I guess you are trying to ask whether people can enroll in more than 1 program at the same time in the university. This is discouraged, and I don't think it's possible that you can enroll, say, in a diploma program and a degree program, or 2 degree programs or 2 diploma programs at the same time. We believe that you are not able to have adequate time and commitment to serve more than 1 degree at a time. So, I mean, one program at a time, whether it's a degree or diploma. What time should we report on the 4th? I'd like to advise that you look at the timetables that will be posted on your portals. And some of you who may have been here physically or may come here physically before then, you can look at the notice boards. And you don't have to report here on 4th if you have no classes. Yeah, because of COVID and the health protocols that are there that we need to observe, we discourage physical presence in the university. So you check the timetable and go by the timetable. If the course is indicated as being online, then you only need to report online at the time which is indicated on the timetable. You may need to know that at the university level, timetables are very flexible, as opposed to high school when classes begin at 8:30 or whatever time and are fixed. Here you can have classes the whole day on one day, and some days you may not have any classes at all. Yeah, so there's no rigid or permanent sequence of classes in the university. So in terms of reporting, please check the timetables and see. If it is physical classes on whatever day, then you report and look at the blocks where the classes are. If there are no physical classes, and you only need to report on the date that is indicated on the timetable. If it's online, online. If it is physical, physical. Ladies and gentlemen, with that then, I thank you for listening. And one more time, welcome to the Technical University of Kenya, where we train you for the real world. Thank you.
Thank you.
The Technical University of Kenya was first established as the Royal Technical College of East Africa in 1961. And in January 1967, it was registered by the Ministry of Education as the Kenya Polytechnic, with an enrollment of 2,075 students. The institution's principal objective was to train in technical fields including architecture, surveying, and planning. Later, it expanded its scope to training vocational subjects such as business studies and management, hospitality and hotel management, health sciences and technology, as well as design and printing. In 2008, Kenya Polytechnic was elevated to Kenya Polytechnic University College and would offer degree courses as well as the traditional technical, vocational education and training programs. The Technical University of Kenya TUK was established through the elevation of the Kenya Polytechnic University College to full university status and awarded a charter in 2013. TUK has since held 8 graduation ceremonies. Due to the COVID-19 pandemic, the university held virtually the 8th and 9th graduation ceremonies. On 30th July 2021, a total of 1,400 graduates were conferred with postgraduate and undergraduate degrees and diploma certificates. This is how the ceremony proceeded.